Chapter 223. Wu Hong nodded as this was the broad and general description of the historical events that occurred during that era. After reorganizing her thoughts, she started to narrate. Well, Empress Wu was born in a very small village in the mortal world. As you can imagine, back then, the lives of mortals was even worse than cultivators, as they did not even have the strength or the will to resist the devil race. According to the law back then, every time a mortal kingdom, city, or village reached a certain level of population, 90% of the people would be selected as food, slaves, or plaything for the devil race. As for the remaining 10%, they would be left alive in order to repopulate before the next selection. Right after Empress Wu was born, her parents were selected and she was raised by the old uncle in the village. When she was 18, she had grown into a beautiful young woman which caught the attention of a human noble. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, so he asked, there was still human nobility back then? In such a terrible era? Wu Hong nodded before explaining, the so-called human nobles were actually traitors of the human race. Most of them betrayed their own race and submitted to the devil race and became their running dog. The devil race, which reveled in sins, truly like seeing those traitors and used them as a way to control the other human race. As a matter of fact, some of them even inserted the devil race bloodline inside their bodies in order to become closer to their enslaver. Wang Wei nodded as he could foresee this happen. The human race is a very complex one, and it is not unaccepted that they would betray their own kind. Even the demon race that has the concept of tribe and bloodline connection embedded deep in their souls has traitors among them, let alone the human race that is easily divided amongst each other. However, Wang Wei still had a question, so he asked, there are rumors that devil cultivators originated from the devil race, is that true? Indeed, replied Wu Hong. The early devil cultivators were actually normal cultivators that took the cultivation path of the devil race and studied it. Then, they combined it with the origin path in an attempt to become stronger and end the 9 devil god worlds' occupation of our world. In some ways, they were successful, as many devil emperors were born in that era, and they all fought against the devil race to their deaths. This is the reason that even though many cultivators do not like the devil cultivators, they are still allowed to occupy the western White Tiger continent. It was all thanks to their merits during the devil era that even Heavenly Tao acknowledged their contributions to the world. Wu Hong paused for a brief moment, and seeing that Wang Wei had no more questions, she continued her narration. The human noble did not want Empress Wu for himself, but to be handed to a devil prince. Well, devil princes were actually inheritors to the devil god position. Once one of the 9 devil gods left their positions and became true great emperors, the devil princes would battle it out and the winner would become the next devil god. Knowing what her fate would be like if she was caught by the human noble, the empress ran away from the village. It was then that she had a fortunate encounter and started on the path of cultivation. However, her early years were quite miserable as he was constantly on the run from that human noble. Things got even worse when that devil prince became aware of her existence and desired her. He even promised the human race alliance that if they sent her to him, he would negotiate with the other devil princes to ease the suffering of the humans in the world. As that devil prince was a genius that appeared once every thousands of generations in the devil race, and given the fact that he was the most powerful one, the human alliance believed his words. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, as he had read about the human alliance. It is similar to how all the factions of the world banded together in the ancient emperor era to fight the Golden Ape Emperor. However, this time they were fighting the devil race, and Wang Wei also knew that the Dao opening sect was in fact in charge of the alliance during that time, but he had never heard about such a thing. Wu Hong further explained the situation as he could guess what he was thinking. This devil prince was so talented that in his generation, the 9 devil gods decided not to sacrifice that generation's heaven will to their own world's heavenly Tao, but instead let him use it as he could possibly become an eternal emperor. As for the reason you did not hear about the fact that the human alliance accepted his offer, it was probably because they erased such embarrassing things from history in order not to look bad. I am sure if one day you get access to the secret archive of your sect, you will find the real history written in them. Wang Wei nodded as he was not that surprised. he was not a gullible person who believed that his sect never did anything wrong. As the most powerful faction of the myriad emperor word, Wang Wei knew that the Dao opening sect had done many cruel and shady things in order to retain their power and position. He can guess that even his father, who always had a happy and doting look, has done some shady things in his life as a sect master. And when he takes that position, he will do the same. So, he was not fazed to learn that his sect has fabricated history in order to make themselves look better. All factions have done this at some point. Meanwhile, Wu Hong continued her narration. She also knew that Wang Wei would not be fazed by such a thing. Where was I? Yes, the promise of that devil prince. After he said these words, the empress spent her life running and hiding. She could not even trust her own race. And the few people that she could trust would always tell her that she should be happy that the devil prince wanted her, that she was not worthy of him and should be glad that she caught his eyes. For a poor and mediocre cultivator like the empress at that time, it was a constant pressure just existing, as everyone always questioned her value or worthiness. After hearing this, Wang Wei understood how Wu Hong formed her temperament. It was probably modeled or is directly from Empress Wu after she proved the Dao and became a great emperor. However, he was truly surprised to hear the word mediocre describe Empress Wu, so he asked, "Are you saying that Empress Wu, an eternal emperor and one of the greatest great emperors to have existed in this world, was mediocre?" Wu Hong nodded her head calmly before explaining, at the beginning of her cultivation journey, she was indeed mediocre. As a matter of fact, it was not until she reached the void-shattered realm and comprehended the law that her extraordinary nature showed up. Of course, the changing course of her life started after she broke through the supernatural realm. Wang Wei frowned as he did not understand, so he said, "Elaborate, please." Well, Empress Wu started her cultivation journey with an ordinary cultivation technique, with no proper training or guidance, no resources, and people always chasing after her. So, in the body refining realm, she only cultivated to the 9th layer. Her divine C was ordinary. She only had 270 divine veins in her altar before entering the supernatural realm. Even her good fortunate flame was 9-colored. Back then, she was nothing but an ordinary cultivator. Although Wang Wei was surprised after hearing this news, he realized that it made sense after thinking about it rationally. Given the Empress background and time period that she was born, it made complete sense. Although things made sense, he still had to sigh at Empress Wu to be able to come so far and accomplished so much with all the shitty cards that life gave her. He admired her even more and became more thankful for all the things that he was born with, for all the things he was blessed with from birth, whether it was his healthy family and friends, or all the generational wealth that he has inherited. He also promised himself to do whatever it takes to make sure that he cherishes and protects all these things. So, what happened to her in the supernatural realm that made her so exceptional? Asked Wang Wei with an intrigued voice. After acquiring a relic from the past, the Empress was able to absorb enough chi luck to reach the level of purple gold. Then, she acquired a taboo innate talent called Universal Seal. Chapter 224. After a brief pause, Wu Hong continued to explain, the Universal Seal is the ability to seal anything between heaven and earth / whether it was existing or non-existing things, physical and non-physical things, spiritual and non-spiritual, even existing concepts like life, death, and even fate. In summarization, she can literally seal anything in the universe. Wang Wei nodded as this was indeed a terrifying ability. However, since it was a taboo talent, there must be a price or restriction. So, what was the restriction? He asked. She could only use it once in her life, replied Wu Hong with a calm face, and Wang Wei nodded. So, how did this talent help her? After she received that heaven-defying talent, she started to study it instead of using it. Although the Empress talent was mediocre, she had an outstanding comprehension. She tried to create a cultivation technique solely based on her talent, and when she broke through the void-shattered realm and understood the law, she finally succeeded in her endeavor. Then, her meteor rise started. Wu Hong took a brief pause to brew herself and Wang Wei some tea, then ate and drank the Saint Realm True Person golden rock meat. The first thing she did after making her breakthrough was to actually improve her foundation. She tracked down the most powerful human genius of that time period and sealed his talent and foundation, then absorbed that person's Dao foundation. Wang Wei raised his eyebrows as he looked deeply at Wu Hong. What do you mean by that? He was indeed confused. How can sealing have such ability? Suddenly, he thought of how Wu Hong was able to seal his pain, then removed it from his body. So, he guessed that the Empress sealing Dao was not a simple one. However, it made sense thinking about it logically. How could a person that became an eternal emperor be ordinary, especially the Dao that they cultivate? As you can imagine, her sealing Dao was not a simple one, replied Wu Hong while sipping her tea. After sealing something, she can actually control that thing like it was a part of her and do whatever she pleases with them. For example, after sealing that human genius perfect Dao foundation, she absorbed it on her own in order to benefit from it. Of course, there are limits to this ability. She has to have a deep understanding or knowledge of the things she seals. For example, if she wanted to seal time, she needed to have a deep understanding of the Dao of time. And if a person has much more knowledge than her in a subject, they can still find a way to break her seal, or use brute force to do so. However, I doubt that in her life, she has met people capable of such a thing. And if she did, they were few in numbers. Wang Wei nodded as he expected such a powerful Dao to have its limitations. One thing that he has noticed throughout his short years of cultivating was that there was nothing truly perfect in the cultivating world. Everything and everyone had flaws or limitations. As a matter of fact, most cultivators are chasing perfection. With each breakthrough in cultivating realms, they get closer to becoming perfect. As such, many cultivators believe that great emperors are the only perfect beings in existence. However, this seems to be far from the truth. From what Wang Wei learned today, maybe only paragons are the truly perfect beings in existence, and even that may not be 100% truth. After reining in his thoughts, he asked, "You said that she absorbed the perfect Dao foundation from that human genius." From what I know, only the origin path scripture of my Dao opening sect can allow a person to cultivate a perfect Dao foundation. So was this human genius from my sect? That is correct, replied Wu Hong. He was being secretly cultivated in order to compete with the Three-Eyes Devil Prince, which was the one attracted by Empress Wu's beauty. Wang Wei nodded as he did not care about a person that was dead eons ago, even if it might have been one of his ancestors. What he cared about was that Three-Eyes Devil Prince. For some reason, Wang Wei did not like this guy even though he could foresee his terrible downfall. The idea of, "How dare you have eyes for my woman," kept appearing in his mind, and he was having trouble removing them. He wanted to travel back in time and slap that guy in his face. Although there was no evidence to suggest that Wu Hong was Empress Wu, he had a feeling that they were the same, or at least, deeply related. "So, what happened afterwards?" asked Wang Wei, trying to remove the distracting thoughts in his mind. Wu Hong gave him a deep look, smirked slightly to herself before continuing, "Well, the story is pretty much as you expected. After her change in ability, Empress Wu was able to easily hide herself from being hunted down. However, using her concealment ability, she started attacking and destroying many sects or groups of the devil race. At first, the upper echelons of the devil race did not care due to the fact that she only killed or destroyed the low-level devil races in the void-shattered realm and below. Adding to that was the fact that the mindset of their entire race is based on survival of the strong, but they soon had to take action as the number of clans or tribes she killed reached a certain number. So, they increased their search for her, but it was to no avail. So, the devil race threatened to make the human race pay for her actions if she did not stop. So, the Empress stopped and disappeared after that. She only showed up on the day of Heaven Will battle. Then she and the Three-Eyes Devil Prince had a magnificent battle. It was truly one of a kind when it comes to Heaven Will battle. Although Empress Wu had the advantage at first, the other 9 devil gods secretly interfered with the battle. They somehow managed to render the heavenly Dao of our world completely useless, then secretly helped their prince. Unfortunately, this was not enough. The Empress was way more powerful and became victorious in that battle. She proved to the world and to herself that she was worthy of anything she desired, whether it was power, beauty, strength, and even the worship of all living beings. Wang Wei sighed as he tried to imagine what such a battle would be like. With these two heaven-defying geniuses born only after countless generations, it must have been magnificent. So, what happened afterwards? How did she end up disappearing? After the battle, she did not kill the three-eyed devil prince, but sealed him and took all his talents and strength. Then, she proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. Despite the way that the human race treated her, she did not hold any form of grudges as she understood the situation that they were in. So, after proving the Tao, she prevented the 9 devil gods from entering the myriad emperor world. Then she started a devastating attack on the devil race. She single-handedly annihilated all the devil races that were in the myriad emperor world. In the process, she even destroyed 4 forbidden lands by herself. Then, she repeated the same process for all the worlds in our community that the 9 devil god world had invaded during their reign. Once she was done, she traveled to the world community that originally belonged to the 9 devil god world and eliminated all their influences. This included all the world communities that they had previously invaded or destroyed before attacking the myriad emperor world. Her last stop was the home world of the devil race itself. By herself, she easily killed 5 of the 9 devil gods in their home. However, the other devil gods seemed to be prepared for her arrival. They used some kind of sacrificial ceremony magic and exiled from the endless void. However, before leaving, she used her universal seal talent to permanently seal both the 9 devil god world and the remaining 4 devil gods. As a matter of fact, she even sealed the heaven will on that world, so that from that day on, there would never be another devil god born in that world. With her strength, the Empress single-handedly ended the devil era, and even the devil race itself. To this day, the majority of devil races are nothing but slaves, and their status is even worse than the demon race. Maybe a few of them managed to survive the purge by hiding in a faraway world community, but it is impossible for their races to rise again, as the Empress even sealed the chi luck of destiny of their entire races. Damn, muttered Wang Wei to himself. My Empress Wu is truly a savage queen. She did not give the devil race any chance to breathe at all. Wu Honghu heard his mother looked at him before saying, "Your Empress Wu." Chapter 225. I do not know what you are talking about, replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. In the past few days, he has learned how to do with Wu Hong's ability to see through him. All he had to do was be thick-skinned or as shameless as possible. After Wu Hong finished explaining the life of Empress Wu, the two of them had a long chat about many things over tea and dinner. Then, they separated to do their own things. Wu Hong returned to her own residence, while Wang Wei stayed in the small world created by true monarch Yan Chen to continue his training. He first headed to a place where a large and vast ocean was located in this small world. Then he took out his clothes and started refining them. In addition to the powerful gravity that would temper his organs, he added an array that would send a powerful vibration throughout his entire body, including his organs, in order to help him temper them. And that was not all. During the refining process, Wang Wei started to eat pills like they were candies. These pills included things like Viscera Strengthening Pill, Golden Muscle Pill, Dragon PLR Bone Pill, and many more. All these pills were saint-tier and very rare and expensive due to the fact that they are used by cultivators to increase the strength of their fleshly body. Although the origin path system is mostly based on martial art and chi cultivation, the martial art aspect is mostly in the early stages, while the chi aspect is more prominent in the middle and late stages. So, cultivators usually stopped paying attention to their bodies after the divine body realm. So, to make up for it, they invented many precious pills to boost themselves. However, Wang Wei used these pills to increase the strength of his fleshly body. Of course, the reason that he could take such high-level pills was because of how strong his flesh already was, so he could withstand all the medical powers of these saint pills. However, taking in so much had disastrous consequences. The powerful medical energy of all these pills destroyed Wang Wei's fleshly body as they competed with one another. Nevertheless, he was counting on this happening. He allowed these pills to destroy his body, then when his regenerative ability kicked in, he could strengthen his body through the process of constant destruction and rebirth. Furthermore, he could easily mix all these pills that have different properties and effects, thus increasing the benefit he gets out of these pills. Of course, one could imagine how painful this process was, but by now, he was used to pain. Of course, his pain innate talent grew rapidly during this time. After finishing refining his clothes, Wang Wei put them on before diving deep into the ocean. After traveling about 10,000 meters deep, the pressure was too much for him to handle, so he stopped temporarily. So, with gravity, vibration, medical energy, and underwater pressure, Wang Wei started to temper his fleshly body and the origin essence inside his divine sea beyond his limits. He tried to temper his soul and divine sense, but it was no use, so he gave up. Just like that, Wang Wei entered a cultivation seclusion, and could only get access to information in the outside world through communication talismans. Of course, during that time, he did not stop talking to Wu Hong through talisman as well. A few months passed. Inside the secret realm of the Emperor Enlightening Academy's trial, Mo Xingyun was standing proudly opposite another beautiful lady with her red hair dancing with the blowing wind. As for the person opposite her, she had skin as pale as the snow, black hair and eyes, and a temperament as pure as an angel. However, the blood dripping down the corner of her mouth and her tattered blue garment somewhat ruined her pure and holy temperament. This person was Gu Bingqian, and she was the owner of the number 8 heavenly physique, 9 Yin physique. Gu Bingqian had spent most her life dominating all her opponents in the lower realm with her proud physique, but today she finally met her match. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Gu Bingqian waved the sword her hand towards her opponent, then countless swords made of ice rushed forwards wanting to freeze everything in its path. The same trick again, this is getting boring, muttered Mo Xingyun calmly. With a wave of her hand, a black light appeared and all the ice swords were swallowed by a mysterious force from her body. Meanwhile, Gu Bingqian was not surprised by this, as she was never able to injure her opponent ever since this battle began. The reason she used the same method again was in order to test whether this person had some sort of limit to the amount of things she could swallow. Unfortunately, she had not found the answer after so many attempts. Knowing that her attempts were futile and knowing that she was desperate, Gu Bingqian decided to use her most powerful attack, her innate talent. So, countless strange markings or tattoos appeared all over her snow-white skin, then she roared in a cold and emotionless voice, "Hell freeze!" Following which, a terrifying chill came from her body that surrounded a few kilometers around the two of them. Whether it was trees, mountains, or rivers, they were all instantly frozen. And if Mo Xingyun did not use her swallowing ability to protect herself, both her body and soul would also be frozen. As for Gu Bingqian, she was perfectly fine, she was better than fine. After creating the frozen area, her injuries healed by themselves and even her strength increased by quite a bit. However, her attack was far from over. In the frozen area, countless pale and see-through beings rose from the ground. These things were ghosts or souls from hell. They all looked weird. Some had broken horns on their head despite a human face, some had animals' heads instead of human, some had their faces in different locations beside their heads. In general, these ghosts all looked creepy. Mo Xingyun frowned after seeing this. She had tried to absorb the cold energy in the environment, however she was not as successful as she would like. Although she did manage to swallow some of it, however she soon realized that it took too much time to refine this terrible cold. More importantly, if she swallowed too much of it, the intense cold would sneak into her body and start to destroy things, so she stopped. So, she quickly scanned the surrounding few kilometers with her divine sense, then she muttered, "A pseudo-domain talent? No. It seems that she can save a large amount of extreme Yin energy inside her body and release it at the appropriate time in order to give herself an home field advantage. Compared to domains that can control everything in their field, this ability is far worse. However, you want to play soul with a devil cultivator, girl, you are too tender. Mo Xingyun then waved her hand to launch countless black lights that entered these ghosts' bodies, then she said, "Devour soul imprint." These ghosts suddenly felt that something important to them was being taken away from them, but they did not know what it was. Well, until they realized that they no longer listened to their owner Gu Bingqian but were now controlled by Mo Xingyun. Then, under the order of their new owner, they started attacking Gu Bingqian, who was horrified by the fact. She tried to regain control over her summon, but it was to no avail. So, Gu Bingqian started destroying these ghosts by launching all kinds of powerful ice or related attacks on them. Unfortunately for her, one of the abilities of these ghosts was the fact that they were immortal as long as they stayed in the frozen area. Even if they were destroyed, they would just reconstruct themselves and continue to battle. At first this was a great advantage for her, but now it was being used against her. Meanwhile, Mo Xingyun was looking at the struggling Gu Bingqian with very calm eyes. She was waiting for her counterattack, however she soon shook her head in disappointment. She thought that this 9-yin physique had cultivated some kind of yang cultivation technique to balance herself. And if not, at least cultivated extreme yin to the point of returning to yang, but it turned out that she did not. Mo Xingyun could guess that this girl used to rely solely on her powerful physique to bully other ordinary cultivators. However, this kind of simple method of training would not cut it in this world, especially in this glorious age. Without going above and beyond, a person solely relying on the advantage of their physiques would be left behind. So, she decided to end this battle as quickly as possible before any variable interfered. "Devouring fire," said Mo Xingyun. Then, brownish flames enveloped the entire area that the "frozen hell" ability covered. In just a few seconds, all extreme yin cold in the surrounding area was completely gone. Gu Bingqian's face became very ugly after seeing this. One of her trump cards was the ability to use the frozen area to teleport herself in short distances. She was waiting for the perfect opportunity to sneak attack her opponent. This should be enough to buy her enough time to run away. Now, her chances are gone. Mo Xingyun sneered after seeing her face. Although she did not know what exactly Gu Bingqian was planning, she had enough experience to know to always destroy the field advantage of any of her opponents. So, after struggling for quite some time, and even going as far as using her good fortune flame, Gu Bingqian the number 8-9-yin physique was killed. As for Mo Xingyun, after killing her opponent, she walked over to the body, placed her hand on top of her head. A black light covered Gu Bingqian's body, then she was swallowed without leaving anything behind, not even a single drop of blood. As for Mo Xingyun, she closed her eyes and felt the power running through her blood. She stretched out her hand, then a powerful cold came out and froze the ground a few meters ahead of her. While she was testing out her new power, suddenly a voice came out of nowhere, startling her, worthy of the Heaven Devourer physique, said to be able to steal the heavenly physique of others. "Who?" screamed Mo Xingyun as she looked around for the speaker. Chapter 226. Mo Xingyun was truly startled due to the fact that someone actually got so close to her, and yet she did not even notice it. As a person born and raised in a devil-cultivating family, she had to learn at a very young age to always be vigilant. Otherwise she would not have survived for so long. Even with her status of the descendant of the heaven-devouring emperor, her family did not treat her better or give her preferential treatments. On the contrary, they trained even more ruthlessly. After looking in the surroundings, Mo Xingyun had a frown on her face as she noticed that someone had deployed a powerful formation that surrounded her and the surrounding environment. At first she thought that she was being ambushed, but after a quick analysis of the array, she realized that it was placed only to prevent all the people that were watching the tournament from seeing what was happening here. Of course Mo Xingyun did not let her guard down. A few seconds after checking the surrounding environment, Mo Xingyun saw an ordinary person walking to her. Although that person had a hood on his face, she could tell that it was a man, and she also had a feeling that something was wrong with that person, but she could not tell what it was. "Who are you? And what do you want?" asked Mo Xingyan calmly. However, she had used her feet to secretly cast an origin spell to prepare to attack at any moment. There is no need for you to use any of your little schemes, as I can see through them. And I can honestly tell you that this person is nothing but a meat bag that I am using to communicate with you. So, it does not matter if you destroy it. Although her scheme was seen through, Mo Xingyan did not panic, nor did her facial expression change. She kept her calm and collected demeanor. Since your excellency did not attack me despite having the capability, it can only mean that you want something from me. So, please be direct and stop wasting both of our time. It is always refreshing to talk to smart people. You are indeed correct that I want something from you. To be exact, I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Please be more specific. I want you to create a devouring talisman for me with your blood essence, replied the hooded figure. Mo Xingyan frowned after hearing this. As the person with the heaven-devouring physique, she could make such a talisman, but to use her blood essence to do so, Your Excellency, you should know that the blood essence of anyone with a special physique is quite special and would not be handed so easily. Adding to that all the terrible curses that need the blood essence of someone to take effect, I truly wonder what you will use to convince me otherwise. The hooded shadow was silent for a brief moment, and Mo Xingyan had the feeling that he was smirking despite not seeing his facial expression. What I will exchange for this talisman is the news about the whereabouts of the gluttony-swallowing scripture. Your Excellency, you must take me for a fool, replied Mo Xingyan calmly. It is common knowledge that my ancestor, the heaven-devouring emperor, did not leave his emperor scripture behind, so how could you know about its whereabouts? Replied Mo Xingyan calmly despite the fact that her heart was rapidly racing. You are partially correct about that, replied the hooded shadow with a rigid voice. Do you know the origin of the gluttony-swallowing scripture? Wasn't my ancestor who created it? Not really. The original scripture was created by a devil god during the devil era and left his inheritance in the myriad emperor world. During one of your ancestors' fortunate encounters, he got a copy of the scripture, however he only received half of it. Later, after your ancestor got his hand on one of the 12 ancestral talismans, created by the talisman ancestor, he combined his understanding of it to finish the second half of the scripture and even created the Heaven Devourer physique which you inherited. Although the Heaven Devourer physique was not acknowledged by Heavenly Tao, it was still a powerful acquired physique that could compare to the top 3 heavenly physique. And the gluttony-swallowing scripture he created eventually became even more powerful than the original. Mo Xingyan had a frown on her face as her thoughts began to run rapidly. She remembered hearing rumors that her ancestor had indeed acquired the swallowing talisman in his youth, which was one of the 12 ancestral talismans that the talisman ancestor left in the myriad emperor world after proving the Tao back in the ancient emperor era. However, there was no evidence to prove otherwise, and anyone who truly knew the truth was probably already killed. After reining in her thoughts, Mo Xingyan then said, "So what you are offering is not the scripture created by my ancestor?" "So what?" replied the hooded shadow. "You should be aware of your situation. Although your physique is powerful, you cannot properly use it without the right cultivating method. I guess that your plan was probably to swallow other heavenly physique to make up for the gap, then use the 3,000 Tao tablets to create a scripture that suits you best. Unfortunately, I can see that you are not nearly as talented as your ancestor. So even with the tablets, there is no guarantee that the scripture that you create will be up to par. As for the physiques that you swallow, without the proper method, it will take you a lot of time for you to digest their powers and there will still be flaws afterwards. In front of ordinary heaven chosen, your powers would be more than enough. But in front of people like Wang Wei and Di Tian, they will instantly take advantage of the slightest of flaws you have and completely annihilate you, especially knowing how terrifying your physique can be." After hearing this, Mo Xingyan tried her best to remain calm, however it was quite difficult, so she secretly bit her tongue to distract herself from her excitement and anger. She knew that this hooded shadow was correct. Although she had the same physique as her ancestor, her talent paled in comparison to him. The only advantage she had was the fact that she was born in a glorious age, thus granting her access to countless heavenly physiques. However, this was also a disadvantage, as the geniuses that appeared in this age were truly devil-like. So, the threshold for strength and talent was dramatically increased. After taking a moment to calm her emotions down, Mo Xingyun then said, "I can accept your deal, but you have to help me catch a few of the other heavenly physique, especially the ones in the top 5. "No," replied the hooded figure. "You can either accept my terms or we can part ways." Mo Xingyun frowned after hearing this, as she could not tell whether this deal was very important to that person. "Before I give my answer, I have one last question. If you know the whereabouts of the gluttony-swallowing scripture, why not take it for yourself? Since you want a devouring talisman from me, then it is obvious that you need the power of devour to do something, so why not take the scripture and accomplish your goals?" The hooded shadow paused for a few seconds before answering, "Do not ask stupid question. If I could do that, do you think I would negotiate with you?" Mo Xingyun then secretly sighed in relief as she finally found some form of advantage during this negotiation. From this answer, she could determine that this hooded person had some kind of restriction that prevented him from directly forcing her to do his bidding. Of course, she will not let her guard down because of this fact. "So, how do we make sure we each keep our part of the bargain? A Dao hard oath?" The hooded shadow secretly sneered after hearing this. He knew that devil cultivators care little for Dao heart, so he would not fail for such a simple trick. Without hesitation, he took out a contract that he made himself and sent it to Mo Xingyun, who took it and read it carefully. She was not disappointed that her little trick failed, as she did not expect much of it. After making sure that there were no hidden conditions inside, she signed it. If it was any other time, Mo Xingyun would never sign some random contract made by someone else. She would use her own instead. However, she did not have much of a choice. As the inheritor of the Heaven Devourer physique, her life was constantly in danger due to the actions of her ancestor. So, she needed to increase her strength as soon as possible. After both of them signed their names on the contract, oddly, neither of them actually tried to cheat the other. Mo Xingyun made the devouring talisman with her blood essence, and the hooded shadow gave her detailed information about the secret realm that holds the second half of the gluttony-swallowing scripture. He even described some of the tests she might encounter inside. After the deal concluded, the hooded shadow instantly teleported somewhere and the array in the surrounding was lifted. The entire world could see Mo Xingyun again. However, she looked pale compared to a few hours ago. As for the hooded figure, he appeared in a special place, the residence of the seated players. Soon afterward, the person or body under the hood turned into countless particles and evaporated. He was replaced by an illusory figure floating in the air. The illusory figure then secretly entered a specific residence. Inside was a young Daoist priest wearing black-white clothes with the yin-yang symbol engraved in the front. The Daoist priest was actually Feng from the Tai Profound Gate. As soon as the illusory figure entered the room, Feng opened his eyes from his meditation and said to the person, "Master, where have you been?" Chapter 227. Feng was used to his master always mysteriously disappearing, so he figured out that it had something to do with how he kept his primordial spirit in good shape. Most of the time he was not worried about his master given his strength and ability to hide himself. However, things are different now. They were currently in a tournament which was being watched by trillions of people all over the world, so the chances of being caught are very high. "You do not need to worry about me, as I was doing something very important this time, and I took the necessary precaution," replied Shifuyu. "Important? Master, can you tell me about it?" asked Feng with a little excitement in his voice. Since even his master said it was important, then it must be truly heaven-defying. Shifuyu nodded, then waved his hand to enforce the arrays that were set in this house. He had to make sure that there was no hidden array left by the academy to spy on the seated players' housing area. "I finally found a way for you to completely inherit the yin-yang eyes without having any defect." "Master, really?" Of course. Feng Heng suddenly got up from his futon, then took out a sealed body from his space ring. It was a 5-year-old child with 2 empty sockets for eyes. He looked at the child on the ground with coldness and indifference. So master, what do we need to do? Shi Fuyu looked at the body, and he was also calm. However, his calmness was not cold or indifferent, but more like a serene or peaceful one. In fact, there was still some pity or compassion deep in his eyes. I will enter your sea of consciousness in order to guide you. However, be warned, the process will be very painful, even more painful than when we did the first transplantation or when you went through heavenly tribulation. Feng Heng nodded without much care for his master's words. As a cultivator, if he could not withstand a little pain, then he does not deserve to be one of the powerful heaven-chosens of this generation. So, Feng Heng took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in his futon, then meditated for a few minutes. Then, he opened his bright eyes. Ready? Asked Shi Fuyu. Feng Heng nodded calmly, then paused briefly. Master, I am very thankful for all the things you did for me. So, when I manage to prove the Tao and become a great emperor, I promise to find a way to completely revive you and build a powerful fleshly body for you with all the best emperor-tier materials that I can find. Shi Fuyu sighed before nodding. Fenger, one of the things I like most about you is the fact that you are the kind of person that always repay his kindness, so I do not donut your words in the slightest. Alright, this is not the time to get sentimental. Let's get started. After saying that, Shi Fuyu turned into countless motes of light and entered Feng Heng's sea of consciousness through his eyebrow. He found himself floating in a dark space with a bronze cloud floating inside. This was Feng Heng's soul. Since Taoism also focused on cultivating the soul, his soul was bronze instead of white like most other people. Fenger, are you ready? Asked Shi Fuyu a second time. Yes, master, responded the floating cloud. Then, Shi Fuyu took out a yellow paper with countless red strange writing on them. The writing looked like graffiti made by children randomly drawing on a wall. The truth of the matter is that those weird graffitis are actually divine runes inscribed to make the devouring talisman. The reason that the writing was in red was due to the fact that it was written with Mo Xingyan's blood. After taking out the talisman, Shi Fuyu used his soul power to activate it, then launched it into Feng Heng's soul. Before he could even react or even scream, his soul was completely absorbed. After seeing this, Shi Fuyu muttered to himself, I am sorry, Fenger. I cannot change my plans for so many eras because of my affection for you. Knowing that he had a short window of time to act, Shi Fuyu went into action. He quickly absorbed Feng Heng's soul, thus gaining all his knowledge and memories, even the ones that had powerful seals on them placed by the Tai Profound Gate. Then, Shi Fuyu abandoned his primordial spirit, his cultivation along with all his comprehended laws or Tao. He fully became Feng Heng from now on. Of course he did not discard these precious things, but left them sealed inside his sea of consciousness. Anyway, he still has all his memories and comprehension, he just could not use the power of the Supreme Realm anymore. The reason he went to all this trouble was because of Feng Heng's identity as the Tao child of the Tai Profound Gate. After everything was over, Feng Heng's body opened his eyes. However, they were different. The youthful vigor was replaced by an ancientness that was hard to imagine by any other cultivator. From now on, Shi Fuyu is dead, I am Feng Heng, muttered Shi Fuyu, not Feng Heng. After Feng Heng took a few hours to properly control his new body, he proceeded to execute the next part of his plan. He took out the talisman that was still usable, looked at it for a moment before muttering, with this talisman, I can completely become Feng Heng. Even if the Tai Profound Gate suspects something and checks my soul, they will discover that I am still Feng Heng. Now, it is time for the second part. Feng Heng then placed the talisman in front of the 5-year-old child, then he absorbed his body. Soon afterwards, Feng Heng's eyes turned into the yin-yang symbol, one was black with a little white inside, while the other was black with a little white inside. It did not take Feng Heng that long to actually absorb the entire physique. As a matter of fact, the process was extremely quick. Immediately afterwards, Feng Heng then raised his right hand, a powerful golden light manifested, followed by Buddha chants echoing in the room. The light and chant seemed to have the ability to wash away the worry of anyone who hears them. After seeing this, Feng Heng started laughing out loud. His laugh contained a hint of madness, sadness, and relief at the same time. I finally succeeded. Damn you, absolute beginning emperor. You thought that you could totally eradicate my Buddhism from the lower dimension, but you were wrong. Today, after countless eras of planning, I have finally found a loophole to the magic you place here. With the yin-yang eyes, I can finally cultivate the absolute beginning Tao arts that you created to the highest level. Then, I will create a new philosophy that combines both Taoism and Buddhism in order to bypass the absolute beginning magic that prevents the rise of my Buddhism in all worlds across all world community. That way, my new sect of Buddhism will be tied up with Taoism. So, if something happened to it, then the chi luck or destiny of the entire Taoism will also be affected, and may even be ruined. Ha 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 ha, even if you are an eternal emperor, you cannot stop the rise of Buddhism anymore unless you want to see the destruction of the Taoist sect. Ha ha ha. Feng Heng spent hours laughing out loud like a maniac without stopping. This process was very cathartic for him. However, if anyone knew the story of Shi Fuyu, no one would blame him for doing so. This man had suffered for so many years, planned for countless eras before he could actually come up with a feasible plan that would actually work. After finally regaining his bearing, Feng Heng sighed while reminiscing about his past, and all the things that he went through. After experiencing the complete annihilation of Buddhism in the incense era, he was always on the verge of madness. As a matter of fact, the annihilation of Buddhism was even more thorough than the devil race. Empress Wu was exiled during her confrontation with the Nine Devil God world, but the absolute beginning emperor only suffered injury during his battle in the Western Pure Bliss land. After he recovered, he went on a warpath against all the Buddhist sects scattered in all different world communities. He did not care whether some of these sects or factions did not absorb the power of faith, he eradicated all of them. On top of that, he used a powerful divine ability that cut off the origin or beginning of Buddhism, thus preventing them from ever rising again in any world in the endless void. It was similar to how Empress Wu sealed the devil race's destiny or chi luck to prevent them from rising again. But the absolute beginning emperor was more thorough. Without a beginning, it was as if Buddhism never existed in this world. Chapter 228. During the destruction of Buddhism at the end of the incense era, the high-level monks of the Buddhist sect created a desperate plan for the future of their religion. While one ground supervised the ceremony to call a higher being inside the Western Pure Bliss land and lure the absolute beginning emperor inside, another group had another plan or mission. The upper echelon of Buddhism knew that as an eternal emperor, the absolute beginning emperor would not die at the hand of the higher being, however being severely injured was more than enough for them. Taking the short breathing that they had, they hatched a hasty plan. They chose someone to survive this calamity and one day revive Buddhism. However, in such a short time, no one actually had a real or feasible plan, so the upper echelons decided to find a way for a person to live long enough to accomplish. By combining their power together, they created a formation that allows them to place all the hopes or wishes of Buddhism in one person, Shi Fuyu. At that time, Shi Fuyu was one of the most talented monks of that period, and he was known for his vast wisdom, so he was chosen. As a result of that formation, Shi Fuyu attained a certain level of immortality as long as he continued to absorb the power of faith once a while. The downside of this transformation was that he was considered half-dead and was forced to live in the form of a primordial spirit, and the amount of power he could use was quite limited. However, Shi Fuyu had developed a powerful hiding method that allowed him to even hide in front of a great emperor unless he arrogantly flaunt himself in front of powerful people. Only a few powerful or unique people could detect his existence. Unfortunately for Shi Fuyu, an eternal emperor was one of these existences. In order to hide himself from the absolute beginning emperor, the upper echelon of Buddhism decided that it was best for Shi Fuyu to hide in the most powerful and mysterious forbidden land of the myriad emperor world, the Nether Hell. The Nether Hell is one of the oldest and most mysterious places existing in the world, and among all the 6 forbidden lands, it is by far the most dangerous. Many great emperors including a few eternal emperors have tried to get rid of them, but they all either died inside, were severely injured or failed. That includes Empress Wu. Even she could not do anything about it. Using the strange power existing inside, Shi Fuyu was able to hide from the absolute beginning emperor until he disappeared. After that, while traveling the world like a wandering ghost, he tried to find different ways to revive Buddhism. His first attempt was to spread the philosophies and cultivation methods of Buddhism throughout the entire world in an attempt to revive the religion, but he greatly underestimated the absolute beginning emperor's divine ability. As soon as those scriptures were written down, they were completely destroyed. When Shi Fuyu tried to preach the ideas or thoughts of Buddhism, he became incapable of speaking. After years of trying, he discovered ways to share his ideas, but all the people he did so to unfortunately forgot anything they learned about Buddhism. The knowledge was simply wiped out from their memories. Of course, there were a few powerful scriptures that could actually be written down without the interference of the magic, but few people could actually cultivate these techniques. To be precise, only truly powerful geniuses could cultivate them, but these people still could not pass down these scriptures to other people. During the Devil era, Shi Fuyu thought because Buddhist cultivation techniques were the nemesis of the devil race, that the absolute beginning divine ability would let things go and allowed Buddhists to rise again in an effort to save the human race from being enslaved, but he was wrong. Nothing changed. During those time, Shi Fuyu despaired as he could not see any hope or future for his plan to work. Many times he wanted to end his long and miserable life, unfortunately he could not. Not because of his strong will, but because the power of the hope formation prevented him. Every time he tried to end his life, the formation would activate and save his life. Then, the remnant thoughts of all his former colleagues will appear and remind him of what he was fighting for. So, Shi Fuyu continued his journey. In order to sustain himself and not become crazy through the long passage of time, Shi Fuyu would often place himself in deep sleep for countless years. In these periods of peace, he would forget everything before waking up to continue his mission. After living through 3 eras and billions of years, he finally found a solution. By cultivating the absolute beginning Tao art to the highest level, he could trace back the beginning or origin of Buddhists that the absolute beginning emperor had erased. Of course, he would not just change the erasure. No, that would mean that he would have to fight an eternal emperor over control of his own divine ability. He was not that stupid. After tracing the beginning of Buddhism, he would change it slightly and made sure that his new version, which was a combination of both Buddhism and Taoism, was a form of Buddhism that was not affected by absolute beginning magic. Essentially, he would create a loophole in the magic that prevented him from spreading Buddhism again. On top of that, his Tao Buddhism would have its destiny or chi luck bound to Taoism, so if one prospers, the other will also prospers. If one fails, the other one will also fails. However, in order to accomplish such a thing, Shi Fuyu needed many steps. First, he needed the yin-yang eyes physique, access to the absolute beginning Tao arts, and to become a great emperor. He also knew that this was essentially impossible as heavenly physiques were essentially granted by heaven and earth, and he would never possess one given his state. So, Shi Fuyu tried to create a cultivation method that allows him to swallow a person's physique. Unfortunately, he failed. Due to his Buddhist nature and Tao, the path of devour did not agree with him, so all his methods he created were subpar and did not meet his requirement. So, in a final attempt, Shi Fuyu tried to train a person to do his method for him. And the person he chose was in fact Mo Xingyan's ancestor, the Heaven Devourer Emperor. Just like Feng Heng, Shi Fuyu trained the emperor from a young age. He chose a devil cultivator as he believed that only such a mindset and temperament was needed to create such a technique. So, he led the young Heaven Devourer Emperor to gain access to the gluttony-swallowing scripture. He guided him to one of the 12 ancestral talisman and showed him how to create and acquire physique like the Heaven Devourer physique. According to Shi Fuyu's agreement with the young Heaven Devourer Emperor, after he proved the Tao, he would help him acquire both the Yin Yang eyes and the absolute beginning Tao arts, in order to accomplish his goals. Unfortunately, he was betrayed. Once the Heaven Devourer Emperor reached a certain level of strength, he tried to swallow Shi Fuyu's primordial spirit. Luckily for him, he was an old fox and quickly recognized the action of his disciples, so he ran away beforehand. Knowing that his disciples had a great chance at becoming an eternal emperor, Shi Fuyu went to hide again inside the nether hell forbidden land. He only came out once his disciple was exiled. After that, he tried to find the Yin Yang eyes by himself. Shi Fuyu knew that without it, it was impossible to be granted access to the absolute beginning Tao art, from the Tai Profound Gate. However, it was no use as he could not predict when this physique would appear. And when it did, it was already too late as the person was already taken by other powerful factions. Not to mention that he still needed a way to swallow that physique. For his plan to succeed, he needed the perfect time where both the Yin Yang eyes and the Heaven Devourer physique appeared at the same time. Shi Fuyu was losing patience as he had lived too long and his Tao heart was not firm enough to continue like this. Even the hope formation began to be incapable of keeping him alive. So, he made a final gamble. He infiltrated the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and sacrificed his pseudo-immortality in order to divine the exact time that both these physiques would appear, who would have them, and where they were located. Then, he deep slept again until the right time. After that, he chose Fengheng to infiltrate the Tai Profound Gate. The reason was that Fengheng had an innate talent referred to as Taoist mind. Meaning, he was perfectly suited for Taoism cultivating methods. Then, he stole the Yin Yang eyes from its owner before anyone would notice his talent. One of the conditions to be allowed to cultivate the absolute beginning Tao art is to have a very high understanding of Taoist philosophy. So, Shi Fuyu spent countless eras studying Taoism, so he was not worried about it. He also taught Fengheng a lot about Taoism, thus one of the reasons he was able to acquire the position of Tao Child. Now, all his plans have come to fruition, so he was planning for the future. Chapter 229. Now that all his plans had come to fruition, Fengheng was thinking about his future plans. Like every other heaven chosens, he wanted to sit on the supreme throne and become a great emperor, so he began to plan ahead. Now that I have become Fengheng, the next step in my plan can begin. However, I need to consider my future opponents in this generation's heaven will battle. With my talent, experience, and future strength after acquiring the absolute beginning Tao art, few of these so-called heaven chosens will be my match. At least for now. However, those three are different. Well, I can eliminate Wang Wei. As an outlaw that is trying to take control of one of the 5 hidden supreme Daoists, he will not live very long. So, as long as I wait long enough, he will not be a problem. Then there is that Wu Hong. This woman looked too much like Empress Wu. Beside her temperament that is more cheery and joyful, she is the exact copy of the Empress. So her secrets are probably no less than mine. As such, she will be a very troublesome opponent. Lastly, it's that Di Tian. I have this feeling that I have met him before, but I can't put my finger on where. Given that he was born with the power of reincarnation, could he be the reincarnation of some old monsters that I have met before? No matter the truth, he will be a problem, so I need to watch him closely. No matter what, this generation's throne will belong to me, and a new era of Buddhism will be started by my hand. After taking a few minutes to think to himself, Fengheng took out a talisman and contacted the sect master of the Tai Profound Gate. "Little Feng, what is it?" asked a calm and soothing voice. On the other side of the talisman was an old man with long white hair and beard, wearing a Taoist garment. Despite his old age appearance, this person was actually in the same generation as sect master Wang Tian. "Celestial Master, I have awakened the Yin Yang eyes." After saying that, Fengheng activated his new physique, then his eyes turned black and white. The celestial master of the Tai Profound Gate frowned after hearing and seeing Feng Heng's eyes. Normally, heavenly physiques are granted by heaven and earth, so most people are actually born with them. So after birth, their physique can be discovered. However, there are rare occasions when someone actually awakened in heavenly physique during the later years of their life. Nevertheless, such a thing is extremely rare throughout the history of the myriad emperor world. This would explain why Feng Heng's soul lamp was momentarily extinguished, thought the celestial master. According to speculations, all the top 10 heavenly physiques should appear in this glorious age, but for so many years, it was nowhere to be seen. Our profound gate have spent so many resources searching for it to no avail. Now, it seems that it is because it woke up a little late. So, what are you going to do now? Asked the celestial master with a happy smile on his face. Their Tai Profound Gate finally have a true heaven chosen that can represent them on the heavens will battle. I want to cultivate the absolute beginning Tao art, replied Feng Heng calmly, but with a determined voice. Are you sure about this? You have spent so many years cultivating the Yin-Yang Reversal Manual, and your foundation has already been set. Cultivating another emperor scripture will take you a lot of time to modify. On top of that, your current cultivation technique perfectly suits your new physique. Not to mention all the tests you have to go through before you can get access to the absolute beginning Tao art. Even if you have the Yin-Yang eyes, without the sufficient level of Tao understanding, the sect will not allow you to cultivate the ancestors' Tao art. Replied the celestial master calmly. I insist, celestial master. So be it, nodded the sect master of the Tai Profound Gate. The only reason he asked in the first place was to determine Feng Heng's determination. Of course things will not proceed as smoothly as he made them out to be. Before anything else, the sect will do a thorough search on Feng Heng and make sure that nothing was wrong with him. After all, his soul lamp was extinguished for a brief moment, signifying that he was dead for this period of time. So, the sect will check whether someone had seized his body. Then they will check his sudden gain of the Yin-Yang eyes. When everything is clear, then he will have the opportunity to take the test to gain access to the absolute beginning art. So, what are you going to do with this tournament? Asked the celestial master. I do not wish to continue participating, as passing the sect's test is more important and conducive to my future. As for the Tao tablets, I am sure that the sect can pay a certain price to acquire an entrance token for me. The academy should give our profound gate some face. Then, I'll see you back at the sect in a while. The celestial master said as he disconnected the communication talisman. As for Feng Heng, he sighed in relief as he knew that he passed the first step in being his former disciple without showing any weakness. As a matter of fact, Feng Heng lied and did not explain his real motive for not participating in the tournament. The truth of the matter was that he did not want to place his name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. According to the laws and regulation of heaven and earth, all cultivators in the supreme realm and under are considered mortals. They all have a limited lifespan and will one day enter samsara to reincarnate themselves. They will repeat the process until their souls are completely annihilated and return to heaven and earth. Or if they manage to reach the level of cultivation of the great emperor, Tao ancestor, or immortal venerable. However, Shi Fuyu was different, as he managed to find a way to live far longer than heaven and earth allows a mortal to. So, he believed without a doubt that if he placed his name on that book, the heavenly Tao would recognize him and his actions. Then, divine punishment thunder will instantly fall from the sky to eradicate him from this world. Even his primordial spirit would be completely annihilated, thus preventing him from ever reincarnating. Of course, technically speaking, now Shi Fuyu is completely Feng Heng, so the heavenly Tao should not recognize him. Nevertheless, he did not want to take this chance. He has been planning for eons, and now that he was close to succeeding, he did not want some silly mistake or overconfidence to ruin his plans. As for the 3,000 Tao tablets, he had seen them countless times. Throughout his years, he managed to infiltrate the academy and became enlightened in front of them. As a matter of fact, he even once encountered the tablets before they were baptized by countless great emperors, making them so powerful and valuable. The only reason that he wanted to see them again was to further his understanding of the absolute beginning Dao art, after acquiring it, and to prevent the people of his sect from being suspicious of his lack of interest in such a powerful aid. After reorganizing his thoughts, Feng Heng contacted his Dao protector to leave the tournament's secret realm. Of course, his departure caught the attention of many people. After all, Feng Heng was still one of the seeded players. However, given that 3 of the most powerful and mysterious heaven chosens of this generation did not participate in this tournament, Feng Heng's departure was not that sensational. The only people who truly cared were the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Every time a heaven chosen refuses to participate in this trial, they are the ones who lose, as they could not absorb the little bit of chi luck from these geniuses. Nevertheless, the Academy was happy with the generous rewards that the Tai Profound Gate were offering to give a quota to Feng Heng to enter the tablet's secret realm. Although not nearly as good as what the Dao opening sect offered for Wang Wei, it was still extraordinary. Given that Feng Heng was not nearly as threatening as Wang Wei, they gladly accepted the offer. Just like that, 10 years passed rapidly, and the tournament was still ongoing. Of the 15 billion participants, only 1 billion was still left. Meaning that the end of the elimination round was quickly approaching. In the floating booth of the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, all the teachers were still watching the tournament. For cultivators of their caliber, 10 years was shorter than any random retreat that they had. While everybody was watching the few exceptional candidates, Headmaster Bai Han suddenly felt that something was wrong. So, he released his divine sense to scan the academy, but he did not find anything. So, he used his finger to calculate the secrets of heaven. Then, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "What is going on?" Chapter 230. All the teachers were surprised by the sudden outburst of the headmaster. Usually, Bai Han always had a calm and ethereal temperament to him. He always remained calm in every situation. So why was he acting in such a way? "Headmaster, what's wrong? Did something happen?" asked one of the teachers. Bai Hai then took a deep breath to calm himself down before explaining, "I just calculated the secrets of heaven and discovered that the chi luck of our entire academy has been reduced by 5%. All the teachers gasped out loud after hearing this. With how powerful the chi luck of the Emperor Enlightening Academy is, even if 0.1% is lost, it is a sign for concern. A 1% lost would make the academy on the highest alert. But now, 5% is gone and no one even noticed it happening." After thinking about this, all the teachers had an ugly look on their faces as they also began to calculate the chi luck of the academy, and they all came to the same conclusion as Bai Han. Now, they started wondering what was going on. Bai Han then started to mobilize the Wisdom Eye, which is the intelligence agency of the academy, similar to the Dao opening sect's shadow. A few days later, in a secret room, Bai Han and all the upper echelons of the academy were reading a report of the current situation of the world. It was then that they learned that rumors of them despising professionals have been spread throughout all over the myriad emperor world. By now, the majority of alchemist, talisman maker, array master and refiners in the entire world have heard about these rumors. Then, they all developed a negative view of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, hence the result of the dramatic decrease in the sect's chi luck. "What do we do now?" asked one teacher with a look of worry in his face. He knew well how much power and influence these professionals have in this world. There is a reason they are considered very noble and have high status in this world, especially alchemists. There are no cultivators that will not need the help of pills in his life. Whether it is breakthrough cultivation realm, increase strength or talent, or even save their life, all cultivators will need the help of an alchemist at one point or another. "Maybe things are not as bad as we imagine," replied one female teacher. "Our academy's reputation has been positive for countless years. As long as we announce our stand on the matter, things should go back to normal, or at least, not further escalate." Many teachers calmed down and nodded in agreement with us. However, some of the more cunning ones knew that things were not so simple. Your words may have been right if this was actually an accident, however, given how fast this news traveled around the world, do you think that this was a coincidence? You mean someone is purposely attacking us? But who dares go against our academy? Isn't it obvious? Suddenly said Headmaster Bai Han. Who did we have any conflict with in the last few years? Headmaster, you mean, Sacred Son Wang Wei? Asked one teacher with an incredible look on his face. Then, he suddenly thought of Yan Liling's strange behavior during the opening ceremony. Are you saying that he planned the whole thing more than 10 years ago? Bai Han just nodded calmly, however his clenched hands inside his robe betrayed his actual mood. So what do we do now? Asked one teacher. All we can do now is to announce to the world our stand on the matter, then try to prevent any further rumor from spreading. Luckily for us, many of the world's cultivators are currently watching the Heaven-Chosen Selection Trial. We can talk to them directly. All the teachers nodded, then they proceeded to plan out their response. Meanwhile, inside Yan Chen's small world, more than 100,000 meters deep in an ocean, Wang Wei opened his eyes, then with great effort, took out a talisman from his space ring. Wire, the Academy have just noticed our actions and are preparing to deal with the situation, said Sect Master Wang Tian. How long has passed? Asked Wang Wei through divine sense. 10 years. Later than expected. It seemed that mothers planned to hide the secrets of heaven and earth in order to prevent the Academy from noticing the change in their chi luck worked wonderfully, replied Wang Wei. After all, you did inherit your cunning nature from her. Then, let's proceed with the second step of the plan, continue to use public opinions to ruin their academy's chi luck. However, beware father, the enemy can also use the same tactic against us. I know, but you do not need to worry. In the past years, we have used all the information you told us about how to use public opinion and developed counter-defense against them. That's good, replied Wang Wei, then he cut the communication. He looked in the direction of the academy, sneered before closing his eyes to continue cultivating. Although he knew that this method could only blow a small blow to the academy, this was just the beginning of his plan. So, under the Dao opening sect's order, countless agents started to spread more terrible news about the Emperor Enlightening Academy throughout the world. This time, the news was not only focused on the professionals, but all the terrible things that the academy has done. Well, many of these things were in fact false, but Wang Wei did not care about such a thing. On top of that, Wang Wei also focused not just among cultivators, but also the common people. All the shadow agents of the sect started to leave flyers everywhere in the world, in every city, every dynasty in every domain, and all 5 continents. Even mortal cities and dynasties were not spared. These flyers were refined to be able to transmit the information directly into a person's mind. So, even if the majority of the mortal population could not read or write, as long as they picked up a flyer, the information about all the terrible things that the academy did would be planted in their minds. Of course Wang Wei did not just boringly narrate the crimes of the academy, but provided evidence. For example, recordings of the terrible things that both teachers and students did. Of course a lot of these recordings were false, and many cultivators were aware of this, but they did not say anything. Obviously they realized that a powerful force was attacking the academy, and they did not want to participate in the confrontation of these big factions. Of course the Dao opening sect did not do any of this on their own, but united with many other powerful emperor lineages to facilitate this action. As for the reason these factions decided to work together, it was because Wang Wei used benefit to tie them together. Meanwhile, the Emperor Enlightening Academy learned about the current situation going on around the world, and they acted very swiftly. Unfortunately, they could not face so many emperor lineages attacking them together. So, Headmaster Bai Han rallied the Academy's allies to prevent the spread of these rumors to reach the domains that they and their allies controlled. It did not change the fact that in just a few days, another 3% of their chi luck was gone, and the declining process did not seem to be stopping. Knowing that things were urgent, Bai Han decided to make a public announcement to the people still watching the tournament. So, the majority of cultivators were aware of the current situation of the world, so they were not that surprised when they saw Headmaster Bai Han appearing in front of them to make a speech. Fellow cultivators all over the world, I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words. I know that there are many terrible rumors going around the world about the Academy. But I would like to say, his words stopped midway as he realized that something had gone wrong. The formation that should be broadcasting his speech suddenly changed and started broadcasting something else. It was the image of the upper echelon of the Academy. He was sitting in a private room with many gourds around, surrounded by many beautiful women. His rosy face indicated his inebriated state of mind. Then he started talking. Bai Han felt that something was wrong, so he ordered through divine sense for someone to shut down the formation, but it was no use. It was as if the formation was no longer under the Academy's control. Beauty, you should have seen the face of those damn alchemists when the headmaster decided to remove their spots. All their arrogance and smug look was completely gone. It was as if someone spit in their mouth. I wish I could have seen that damn Fu Kaiyu's face after hearing that news. You know, a few years ago, I went to beg him for a yang exorcist pill to save my wife that was infected by 9 netherine chi after a visit to the Forbidden Land, but he refused me. What made me so angry was the fact that he had just refined the pill in front of me not long ago. But he looked me straight in the face and said that he did not have any. Not long after that, I lost my beloved wife. Well, it doesn't matter now since I had plenty of fun with Fu Kaiyu's wife. She was a true wild lady in the bedroom. Underscore 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 underscore. If anyone is wondering, Wang Wei is now 145 years old. Chapter 231. All the cultivators in the world were tremendously surprised by this recording image, as it was truly both shocking and revealing. Who was Fu Kaiyun? He is the great elder of the Origin Pill Dao sect, which is an emperor lineage that has cultivated 5 great emperors, and all of them were alchemists. The Origin Pill Dao sect is the leader of the Alchemy Association located in the southern Vermilion Bird continent. Any cultivator that wants to acquire the title of alchemist, they have to go to the association to test their qualifications and level. Of course, none of these were the true reason that such a news was truly sensational. The real reason was actually Fu Kaiyun's status all over the world. He is known as the greatest alchemist alive in this generation. Despite being only a saint-real cultivator, he can refine both supreme grade and quasi-emperor grade pills, though the latter's successful rate is truly abysmal. On top of that, Fu Kaiyun is the only alchemist in countless generation that was able to cultivate the Origin Pill Flame scripture, created by the founder of the Origin Pill Dao sect, the Pill Ancestor or Danyuan Emperor back in the ancient emperor era. This scripture is said to allow an alchemist to cultivate a special flame that can refine anything. It can also turn anything into pill material. An alchemist who cultivates this technique could refine a piece of rock into a medicinal material needed for a pill. Despite the heaven-defying ability of this emperor technique, the requirements or talent needed to cultivate it is very harsh. So, throughout the history of the Origin Pill Dao sect, few alchemists were able to do so, and the ones that were successful can be considered the most talented of their generations. Luckily for the sect, the last generation, Fu Kaiyun appeared. Unfortunately, this Fu Kaiyun also suffered the same malady as his predecessor, being extremely arrogant. Due to his talent as an alchemist, Fu Kaiyun's status in this world is extremely high and respected. As such, he only gave face to a few people he deemed worthy of his equal, while always looking down on other people. So, when it comes to making rare pills, without having a certain identity, Fu Kaiyun will never agree to concourt pills for someone. As a matter of fact, even the current sect master of the Origin Pill Dao sect is looked down upon by him. If it was not the fact that he wanted to focus on Pill Dao, he would have been the sect master in his generation. So, after seeing any analysis of Fu Kaiyun, Wang Wei concluded that this guy was a person with a lot of enemies, and might even have some among the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. After a little investigation, it was not hard to find a few. Then, he singled out the ones that had terrible habits like drinking and visiting the brothels. Following which, all he had to do was have one of the sect's shadow infiltrate the place he always visits, get in contact with him, feed him enough alcohol to get him drunk and guide the conversation to Fu Kaiyun. To Wang Wei's surprise, the goddess of luck seemed to smile upon him as he discovered more than he imagined. Originally, he just wanted that particular teacher to just speak badly about Fu Kaiyun, record it before showing it to the world. He did not expect that this guy actually had an affair with Fu Kaiyun's wife, which made his plan even better. So, after this recorded image was shown in front of trillions of people, the entire myriad emperor world started to boil. This level of scandal is rarely exposed to the entire world, especially when involving powerful people from emperor lineages like the Academy and the leader of the Alchemy Association. Although Bai Han managed to close the formation, by then it was already too late. The information that Wang Wei wanted to show was already shown. Soon, the consequences also followed. The next day, the Alchemist Association, Talisman Association, Refiner Talisman and Array Association from the southern Vermilion Bird continent announced that they will cut their relations with the Academy. As such, they will no longer grant them access to their resources such as precious pills, ores, and talismans. On top of that, all the professionals cultivated by the Academy or have any relationship with them will not be able to take their tests in these associations and gain their official title or position. Meaning no alchemist or talisman maker trained by the Academy will be officially acknowledged by any of these associations, so all the benefits, powers, status, and rights these professionals are granted throughout the world will not be available to them. Of course, as a powerful emperor lineage, the Academy can be truly self-sufficient without the need for outside resources. Except for a few very rare and precious ones that they need an outside source to get, these sanctions on them did not matter much except ruining their reputations. Inside a secret room, the upper echelons of the Academy were having another emergency meeting to try to save the situation. Bai Han, who suddenly looked much older, was caressing his beard as he asked, "So, what were our losses in the past few days?" The room was quiet for a few moments before one person started to report, "Well, as you know, sir, our academy is divided into the inner and outer members. Since the incident, the outer members, which consist of all the loose cultivators that only came to the academy for our resources, have started to leave, especially the professionals. As of today, more than 90% have already left. As for the remaining 10%, although they did not leave, they seemed very distant to our academy. They seemed to want to take a wait-and-see approach." The room was once again quiet as most teachers had a frown on their faces. Then someone asked, "It does not make sense. I understand why the professionals left, but why did the ordinary cultivators leave? Didn't they come to the academy to get access to better techniques and resources?" "They went to the Worshipping Tao Academy," responded the person who was reporting the previous information. The teacher who asked the question had a frown on his face as he could not understand why they would leave their better academy for a worse one. Although the Worshipping Tao Academy is also a emperor lineage, compared to their Enlightening Emperor Academy, it was far worse. Not to mention that most cultivators are selfish by nature and only care about their own benefit. Then, that teacher seemed to think of something and asked, "Did someone else intervene?" "Yes. The Tao Opening sect just announced an alliance with the Worshipping Tao Academy. They decided to pool many of their resources together. Additionally, many of the emperor scriptures of the Tao Opening sect appeared on the list of cultivation techniques that anyone can redeem with enough points, but like us, the price is simply impossible for anyone to truly get." The teachers in the room secretly cursed to themselves. If you add the 5 scriptures of the Worshipping Tao Academy to the 9 of the Tao Opening sect, that is a total of 14 emperor tier scriptures. Although all of them knew that it was impossible for these loose cultivators to acquire, they themselves did not know that. All they care about is the fact that they have a chance to cultivate one or more of these 14 powerful emperor level cultivation techniques. This idea is enough to drive so many of them crazy and rush to the worshipping Dao Academy. After another long silence in the room, Headmaster Bai Han then asked, "What about the inner members of our academy?" "Besides a very few, all the others are still in the academy as their loyalty has been trained since young. However, the professionals in our academy are not very happy and are asking for the headmaster to give them a proper explanation. We have tried to explain to them that the teacher in the recorded image was captured and sent to Fu Kaiyun in order to appease the Alchemist Association, but it was no use. But they were not satisfied with this explanation." "Anything else?" asked Bai Han calmly. At least he looked that way on the surface. "Our chi luck continues to decrease with each passing day, but there is currently no way to stop that. On the good side, we still have some allies that are still standing by us during this time." Bai Han just nodded, but he did not say anything more. However, one teacher still asked, "I don't understand, why are all these sects combining together with the Dao opening sect? Do they want them to remain the most powerful sect in the world? Wouldn't it be better if they supported us instead of them? It makes no sense." Chapter 232. This was indeed something that puzzled many of them, but they did not have the answer, so they looked at Headmaster Bai Han hoping he could provide them with the answer. After a brief pause, Bai Han then explained, "There are many reasons for this. The first being the fact that the Dao opening sect's reputation among the cultivators of the world has always been very good. They rarely flaunt their power and prestige as the most powerful sect to the world unless necessary. Well, to be honest, they did not have much opportunity to do so anyway. They only cultivated their 9th emperor during the Devil Era, which was a time where the entire world was on the brink of being enslaved. In the Middle Emperor era, our academy's rapid development did not give them the time to show their power and prestige. By this era, the Dao opening sect had not cultivated a great emperor for so long that they were more focused on themselves than showing to the world their strength." The teachers had a pensive look on their faces as they realized that the headmaster was right. As a matter of fact, compared to their academy, the amount of time that the Dao opening sect had shown his might and prestige to the world was quite small. As such, reputation-wise, they were considered way better than the Emperor Enlightening Academy. "This could not be the only reason, right?" asked one teacher. "Of course not," replied Bai Han. "The second reason is the fact that many powerful factions considered our academy a new power. Song Emperor lineage like the Dao opening sect, the Origin Dao Pill sect, Origin Rune Palace, etc., were created in the ancient Emperor era. So, they have survived the rise of the Demon Clan, the destruction of Buddhism, the Devil Race invasion, and the Heaven Devourer Emperor catastrophe. Compared to our academy, who was only present during the last disaster, we are considered less cultured, with less history, and having the least amount of background. So, despite how popular our academy might be seen in the eyes of many cultivators, when it comes to these ancient sects, they look down on us very much." The teachers in the room had an ugly look on their faces after hearing this. Then they started to remember their interactions with these ancient factions, and realized that they always seemed to have some sort of superiority when dealing with the academy. Some people never understood the reason or did not even notice it until now, but now they finally understood many things that puzzled them. Nevertheless, despite the contemplative faces of these teachers, Bai Han did not stop talking. The last and main reason for their behavior has to do with the 9 Emperor curse. Many of these factions believe that they will one day cultivate 9 emperors like the Dao opening sect. However, they don't know how to deal with the curse. So, they are using the Dao opening sect as a guide or experiment to see how they deal with the situation, then they can imitate their methods. Bai Han had a sneer in his face when he said these words. In his mind, these factions were delusional if they thought it was so simple to cultivate 9 great emperors. After a long silence in the room, one of the teachers said, "So what do we do now? It is obvious that the reason that all these things are happening is because of Sacred Son Wang Wei's plan. So, do we bow our heads to him and just allow him entry to Dao Tablet's secret realm? Many teachers felt the same way as the one to speak, while others felt that it was shameful for them to bow their heads to a younger generation. However, none of these people spoke out loud. Compared to the well-being and future of the academy, a little shame is nothing. Absolutely not, responded Bai Han. Headmaster, this is not the time to let pride get the best of you. It is not shameful to bow our heads for the future of the academy, said one teacher. Bai Han looked at the person who spoke these words before replying, this is not about pride, which was an actual lie. Have any of you heard the term, spirit of the epoch? All the teachers shook their heads, while a few heard the term but could not pinpoint where. After the Qiyuan Emperor created the origin path system that we cultivate today, he essentially became the ancestor of our cultivating civilization. And when he spread this method throughout many other world communities, the vast amount of Qi luck did not only benefit the Dao opening sect, but the heavenly Dao of the myriad emperor world as well. Unfortunately, even heavenly Dao cannot escape the shackles of karma, hence, it owes a great debt to the Qiyuan Emperor. However, how do you pay such a debt to a powerful eternal emperor? By repaying its descendant or lineage. So, heavenly Dao granted the Dao opening sect something called the spirit of the epoch. What this means is that for countless years to come, the sect will be blessed by destiny and will prosper greatly. This is the reason that the Dao opening sect can cultivate so many powerful great emperors and survive through so many calamities after so many eras. This is also the reason that sects created by the Array Ancestor, Talisman Ancestor, Alchemy Ancestor, and Refiner Ancestor still exist to this day. Although not all of them cultivated many great emperors, they still survive through this day. Throughout history, there have been many other sects that had cultivated 9 emperors. The Chaos Ruler sect from the Ancient Emperor era, the Amitabha Temple from the Incense era, and the Human Traitor, the Jin clan from the Devil era. But none of these factions survive to this day. Whenever a terrible catastrophe occurs in this world, Heavenly Dao will ensure that sects like the Origin Pill Dao sect survive and be able to rebuild through control of Qi luck or destiny. However, Heavenly Dao is all about balance, so it will not allow the Dao opening sect to dominate the world. So, when when our founder Emperor Kong created a new system of inheritance, Heavenly Dao took the opportunity to shift the spirit of the epoch to our academy and impose the 9 Emperor curse on our competitor. This is one of the reasons that our academy was able to cultivate 6 great emperors consecutively in the Middle Emperor era. Normally speaking, this spirit of the epoch should belong to the academy until we cultivate our 9th emperor and can balance the Dao opening sect, but the appearance of Wang Wei ruined everything. Not only did he find a way to make the 9 Emperor curse invalid to him, but his recent attack against our academy is slowly removing the spirit from us. So, we have to be even more tough on him. The teachers were shocked after this revelation. This was the first time that they had heard of such a secret. However, the teacher who previously spoke against Bai Han had a frown on his face. Then he asked, Headmaster, since Heavenly Dao granted us the spirit of the epoch, how could someone take it away? Bai Han answered calmly, you do not understand. The spirit of the epoch manifests itself in the form of Qi luck. No matter how dire a situation is, with enough luck, anyone can easily survive. Let me ask all of you, how is Qi luck generated? For dynasties, as long as the territory is vast and the people are happy and healthy, the dynasty's Qi luck will be prosperous. As for factions like sects and academies, Qi luck is based on how our reputation, prestige, and our contribution to society or civilization in general. Now, with all the cultivators and mortals in the world thinking that our Emperor Enlightening Academy is a terrible place full of sins and depravity, do you think we will have any reputation and prestige left? Do you think that the spirit of the epoch will be left to us? After saying that, Bai Han sighed before saying, in order to accomplish such a feat, this sacred son Wang Wei should have a very deep understanding of Qi luck and be privy to many secrets of heaven and earth. So, how could he know so much? Little did he know that when Wang Wei's Qi luck turned from black back to gold, he acquired a very deep understanding of how Qi luck works between heaven and earth. As for the spirit of the epoch, it was Wu Hong who told him about it. So after asking his father to check the records in the sect, he learned all the information about it. At first he just wanted to have his revenge on the academy for what they did, but once he read about it, he developed a step-by-step plan to take down, well, at the very least, weaken them. Chapter 233. So, what do we do now, headmaster? Asked one teacher, while all the others also looked at him. As for Bai Han, he secretly sighed in relief after hearing this question. As a matter of fact, he lied, or to be precise, did not tell the whole truth. What Bai Han said about the spirit of the epoch is true, but his motives are not so pure. During the recent incident, he has developed a strong disliking for Wang Wei because he reminded him of his father Emperor Kong. Their amazing talents, the way that they always think outside the box, and more importantly, the way that they use the entire world as their chessboard and everyone else as a chess piece. He hated some of these qualities from his father. As such, Bai Han discovered that he has projected some of his hatred to Wang Wei. Nevertheless, despite realizing the nature of his emotions, he refused to change them. After taking a deep breath, Bai Han replied to the other teachers, "Before we discuss our next step, we first need to make sure that our internal troubles are dealt with first." So, did we discover how the people of the Dao opening sect took control of our formation? Unfortunately, the answer is no, headmaster, responded the teacher that was in charge of the security of the academy. After the incident, I investigated the person in charge of the formation, but they were completely clean. In the end, I was forced to even search his soul, but I did not find anything. She had no relationship with the people of the Dao opening sect, or anyone else for that matter. We did not even find her contacting anyone strange. Bai Han had a frown on his face as he realized that this should be a problem that they placed their emphasis on. Then, he said, "In that case, let's talk about our countermeasure for this situation. First, we have to ensure that these terrible rumors about us do not reach the domains controlled by our academy. These places are the foundation of our academy, and nothing can happen to these places no matter what. Second, since we could not get access to certain precious resources from the different associations in the south, we have to use outside help. Luckily, our recent ally, the Association of Chamber Commerce, has agreed to provide us with some of the rare resources. However, their conditions are that the price will be more than 100 times than before, and they will not publicly support us." "Tisk," said one of the teachers. "Before Shi Guan was begging us and even sending his daughter to us, but now that we are in trouble, he wants to turn his face over. You cannot blame him. After all, the alliance between Lin Fan and Shishir had just been created, and before the Chamber of Commerce could reap any benefit from it, our academy was hit so hard. We should be satisfied that they were willing to keep the alliance given the circumstances. As for the increase in price, it should be expected given that they are merchants. Making profit is their fundamental nature," replied one teacher. Bai Han nodded in agreement with her. Then, he said, "Our third step is to counterattack. Since the Dao opening sect can use public opinions to attack us, we can do the same to deal with them." Of course, Bai Han knew that this particular endeavor would probably be useless. With Wang Wei's cunningness, he should have anticipated such a response and prepared beforehand for it. Nevertheless, the academy still has to try to show its stands that it is willing to fight for its honor and glory. Lastly, we need to do whatever it takes to prevent Wang Wei from gaining access to the 3,000 Dao tablets. According to my analysis, since his fate puppeteer physique is a brand new one, he does not have a cultivation technique perfectly suited to him that allows him to play all the advantages of his physique. Hence the reason that he wants access to the tablets. So, we must stop him by all means. How do we do that, headmaster? First, we must prevent Li Jun from entering the top 30 of this tournament. With his strength, it is only a matter of time before he acquires a spot in the top 30. As long as he gets a token, he will not hesitate to hand it over to Wang Wei. So, we must deal with this situation first. All the teachers had pensive looks on their faces. then one person said, couldn't we just make a rule that the person who got the token can only use it for themselves? Another teacher shook his head before saying, that will not work. Everybody knows that the rule previously stated that a person can do whatever they want with the token. There have been many precedents of people using their tokens for someone else. So, if we rashly change the rules again, adding to the previous debacle of the professional championship, the people of the Dao opening sect can use this as another way to attack our reputation again. Not to mention that they could use this event to start an Emperor Dao war with us, added one teacher. Then, the faces of all the other people in the room became ugly. Many of them are aware that if they ever started an Emperor Dao war with the Dao opening sect, their chances of being the winner are quite slim. The truth of the matter, this is one of the reasons that the Dao opening sect is so feared by many other factions of this world. Their foundations were too deep. Not only did they have the most great emperors in this world, they are one of the oldest factions of this world. So, no one knows how many secrets that they are hiding in there. Bai Han coughed lightly to wake up everyone from their dread, then he said, we do not need to change the rules, just make sure that he is disqualified with a publicly believable method. Headmaster, are you asking us to cheat? Isn't this going too far? Asked one teacher with a timid voice. Bai Han looked directly at the person who spoke. Do you want to allow the person who walked all over the face of our academy to benefit from us without suffering any consequences? All the other teachers, including the one who asked that question, lowered their heads and did not say anything else. Thinking about what Wang Wei did to them, he really should not be allowed to get any benefit from them. Bai Han secretly nodded before continuing, plus, we will not be cheating, just giving Li Jun's opponent a little advantage, that's all. Although many teachers did not like such behavior, they knew that this was for the greater good of the academy, so they did not say anything. The last thing we need to deal with is Crown Prince Ji Song, said Bai Han calmly. Many teachers had a look that said, what does Ji Song have to do with this? Although they did not say anything, Bai Han could easily read their minds based on their facial expression. Only a few savvy ones could guess the answer. Bai Han sighed before giving the answer. All of you heard their discussion during the opening ceremony. Although no one heard what they bet on for their battle, based on Wang Wei's past behavior, it is obvious that he bait Ji Song into battling with him in order to acquire his token to enter the secret realm of the Dao tablets. Many people suddenly understood many things after hearing this, then they realized how scary Wang Wei truly was. They guessed that he had already created many backup plans for himself after asking the academy to give him a token in exchange for resources. It was as if he expected his failure from the very beginning, then planned for every possible outcome to reach his goals. What's next, Headmaster? In all honesty, I do not see a scenario where Ji Song becomes victorious in this battle. This Wang Wei seemed like a very scary person. I cannot believe that he is a member of the younger generation. From his actions, he seems like an old fox that has lived for many years. Well, given who his mother is, it is not that surprising that he is so cunning. Replied another teacher. Many teachers winced after hearing those words, including Headmaster Bai Han. It seemed that many of them had suffered at the hands of Yu Yen during their generation. Bai Han took a deep breath to calm himself down and removed some terrible memories from his mind that he would rather forget. Then he said calmly, we need to give Ji Song some help. We will give him the demon god bone. Chapter 234. Headmaster, you cannot, responded one teacher, and this time many other people agreed with him. The devil god bone was reserved for Lin Fan to temper his body. Without it, even with his absolute chaos physique, his fleshly body will not be able to compete with the likes of Wang Wei, said another person. I understand how you feel, replied Bai Han calmly, but we all know that if we do not prevent Wang Wei from gaining access to the Dao tablets, with his talent, he can create a supremely powerful cultivation technique perfectly suited for his fate puppeteer physique. By then, how powerful will he be? Even if Lin Fan refine the devil gone bone, he will merely decrease the gap with him by a little amount. So, our best solution is to prevent him from furthering his lead on the other heaven chosens. The room became quiet after Bai Han spoke. Although his words were reasonable, at least now it was, many people still could not accept handing out such a precious resource to one of their competitors in order to stop the advancement of another more powerful competitor. "This is madness," roared one teacher. Then, he stood up and left the room. A few people agreed with this sentiment, so they also left the room without saying much. Bai Han looked at the people who left with cold eyes, then he said calmly to the remaining people, "The situation is not as bad as these people make it out to be. With how powerful the devil god bone is, it is impossible for Ji Song to refine it in any way, form or shape, at least not with his current strength. So, the best outcome will be that he fuse the bone with his, while replacing one of his own original bones with the devil god bone. So, as long as Lin Fan can defeat him in a battle in the future, he can still recapture it for his own use." This is a good way, thought many of the remaining teachers. It is proven that Ji Song is the kind of person that is easily provoked. As long as Lin Fan uses the same method as Wang Wei, he could probably get him to fight with him with the bone as a bet. Of course, some of the more wise teachers in the academy knew that things would not be so simple, but they did not say anything. Only the future can tell who is right and wrong in this situation. Dao Opening Sect, Tianwei Peak, inside a secret room, Sect Master Wang Tian was sitting cross-legged with a formation in front of him. In this formation, countless people were shown sitting cross-legged. These people ranged from young women to old one, from middle-aged men to young people in their 20s, to old men that looked like they were about to die. Nevertheless, despite the different appearance of these people, they were all from the same generation and were similar in ages. However, the physical appearance of these people does not really matter. What's important is the status or identity of these people. In this meeting was the leader of all the professional associations in the southern Vermilion Bird continent, the sect master of the Eternal Dream sect, which was one of the young beautiful women. From the eastern Azure Dragon continent, there was Jian Yi, the sword sage of the sword-casting villa and Jian Wushuang's master. There was also the previous generation saintess of the Yin Moon Palace, who was the master of Suya. Finally was the worshipping Dao Academy. From the western White Tiger continent was the head of the Di family, the head of the Divine Dao League, who was Fang Lijuan's father, accompanied by the top divine clan of the League. From the central Qilan continent was sect master Wang Tian, Sovereign Ji Wen, the father of Crown Prince Ji Song. Sovereign All Wisdom, who was the sovereign of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty and the father of Sun Jiaolong. Finally, the Herd Master of Herd Raising Valley, the Celestial Master of the Tai Profound Gate and the Dao Priest of the Five Element Palace. The Five Element Palace has 6 great emperors and is the sect that the number 6 physique, the 5 elements balance physique, Zhenbiyu belongs to. Technically speaking, the 5 Element Palace is located in the eastern continent. However, they used to live in the central continent, but left after losing a dispute with the Tai Profound Gate. Back to this meeting that took place, all the factions mentioned were just the most powerful ones. Other emperor lineages with 1 or 2 great emperors were also present. For example, Wang Wei's mother, Yu Yan, represented the Yu family. Unfortunately, these factions were too weak to have any true representation in this meeting. Nevertheless, without counting the northern Black Tortoise continent, the people in this meeting control more than 78 to 80% of the myriad emperor world. "Is everyone here?" asked Wang Tian with a majestic voice, thus starting this meeting. Once everybody nodded, he continued. "So, have all of you reached an agreement after so many years?" 10 years is not a very long time, said Sovereign All Wisdom. "That may be true, but we are running out of time. We need to come to an agreement as soon as possible in order for our plans to have the best effect," replied Wang Tian. Everybody nodded, as this was indeed the truth. "We have come to an agreement, but there are some concerns that I have," replied Su Ya's master. "Me too," added the leader of the Refiner Association leader, who was an old man with white hair and beard. "You can bring them up, as long as it does not involve my Dao Opening sect's 20% of the benefit," replied Wang Tian calmly. Many people twitched the corner of their mouth after hearing this. Many people felt that this number was too high, however, given that this plan was created by the Dao opening sect and nothing can be done without them, no one said anything. Nevertheless, many people felt that the percentage that they received was too low, but after arguing for so many years, they still came to a final decision. I still think that this is a bad idea. What we are doing is to subvert the status quo of this world for countless millennia. We are essentially trampling on the wisdom of our ancestors, spitting on the face of the sages of the past, said the old refiner with passion. TSK, you just want to keep these mortals as ignorant as possible in order to keep exploiting them without them even being aware of it. If you do not want to participate, say so and we will find other people, replied the all-wisdom sovereign with a sneering smirk. The Refiner Association leader gave him a deep look, then did not say anything further. Although he firmly believes in his previously spoken words, when it comes to the benefit he will soon receive, he can forsake his ideas and beliefs. Everyone became silent after this brief confrontation, then someone finally spoke after a few seconds. My problem with this agreement is with the Yu family, continued the Yin Moon Saintess, while giving Yu Yen a fierce stare filled with killing intent. Since she already belongs to the Dao opening sect, why is she accepting benefits from the Yu family? Yu Yen was calm despite being attacked as she was not that surprised. The two of them have been fighting for more than one generation now. First it was for the heaven will, then it was because of Wang Tian. Yes, the Yin Moon Saintess loved sect master Wang Tian and pursued him during their generation. As a matter of fact, many women pursued him as he was the most handsome, most suave and powerful heaven chosen of his generation. Unfortunately, the strict sect rules of the Yin Moon Palace prevented her from even having a remote chance. The Yu family is different from the Dao opening sect, and this should be obvious. By this logic, since your sister married into the sword-casting villa, shouldn't your share be counted to them as well? Replied Yu Yen calmly. The truth of the matter is that the percentage that their Yu family will receive is less than 1%. Nevertheless, this amount is enough to help heal her father that has been gravely injured for many years. It's true that her husband would be more than happy to use some of the benefits of the Dao opening sect to help her father, but since she can solve the problem herself, why seek help? Do not mention this traitor to me, hissed the Yin Moon Saintess after hearing Yu Yan's comeback. According to the rule of the Yin Moon Palace, their disciples are allowed to marry, but all their marriage partners have to marry into the palace. So, it is forbidden for them to marry into other sections. The culture of this world dictates that a woman must marry into her husband's family, but the Yin Moon Palace's law is the opposite. Despite this, many men still rushed to marry any of the women from the palace. After all, this is a sect full of only beautiful women. After the Yin Moon Saintess had a fit, she did not say anything anymore, only staring at Yu Yen. As for Jianghu from the sword-casting villa, he pretended that he did not hear anything. After all, this scandal was the fault of their villa, and resulted in further increase the animosity between them and the Yin Moon Palace, which are two most powerful factions in the eastern continent. As for sect master Wang Tian, he remains calm on the surface despite secretly cursing inside. He knew his wife the best, so he can predict that she will blame him for what happened today despite not doing anything. I guess I will be sleeping in my own cultivation room in the next few days, or months, maybe Wire can help me. I'm crazy for thinking this brat would help me, it would be a miracle if he did not add more chaos to the situation, secretly thought Wang Tian to himself. Well, since everybody has agreed, then we can sign the contract. Following which, the highest binding contract of this world was signed between all these powerful factions. After the meeting was over, Wang Tian contacted his son, who was still deep underwater. How was everything? Asked Wang Wei. Everything went according to your plan, replied Wang Tian with a smile on his face. Chapter 235. Emperor Enlightening Academy, inside the D clan floating booth, D Tian has spent the past decade watching the entire tournament without missing a single bit, all because he wanted to assess the potential threat that each participant was to his future path of emperor. Although he strongly believes that he will be the final winner, that even Wang Wei was not that much of a threat to him, he still wanted to make sure that he did not overlook anyone. D Tian was very patient as he watched everybody with meticulous eye, even if he thought that the majority of these people were weak. Suddenly, he received a communication talisman. After activating it, a holographic image of his father appeared in front of him. "What is?" asked D Tian, still with the indifferent look on his face. As for his father, he responded with similar calmness. "The meeting led by the Dao opening sect has just ended." Then, he proceeded to explain what actually occurred and the agreement signed by all these emperor factions. "What do you think of the situation?" asked the D family patriarch. After pondering for a few seconds, D Tian answered, "The recent events have proven to the world not only the power of rumors and reputation, but also the power that mortals have over cultivators, to some people, the threat that mortals are to cultivators. As for this grand plan against the academy, it is both important and unimportant to our D clan. In the western White Tiger continent, the power of reputations has no use, as all these devil cultivators always treat mortals' life worse than street dogs. Their lives are even worse than the humans still living in the territory of the demon race in the north. As for our D family, since the mortals living in the domains controlled by us have been well protected, our reputation is very good. However, even if someone were to spread rumors about our family, the mortals will not care, as they know that without our protection, then they will be exposed to the cruelty and savage nature of the devil cultivators." The D clan patriarch nodded calmly as he also came to a similar conclusion. Then, he asked, "According to our analysis, this plan was probably created by Wang Wei. With his intelligence, he has proven to be a bigger threat than anticipated. Do you have a plan to deal with him?" D Tian frowned after hearing this, then started thinking to himself, "This Wang Wei reminds me of some people throughout history. Although these people were not sons of destiny, their luck was similar to them. It was almost like they were the protagonist of a novel, making them extremely difficult to kill. I originally thought that Heavenly Dao would deal with him given his outlaw status, and I would just make sure that nothing unexpected happened during the process. But now, it seems that I have to be more proactive. With his intelligence, it is not too far-fetched to find a way to survive. So, I have to help Heavenly Dao and ensure that he is completely annihilated without any chance of surviving." After a few minutes of silence, D Tian said, "I have a plan. Do you need the D clan to intervene? If so, how severe do you expect things to be?" asked the D clan patriarch. "Yes, the clan will need to intervene. As for how severe the situation will be, well, best case scenario, we might have to mobilize a few if not all our supreme elders. Worst case scenario, the sleeping ancestors might have to intervene, thus breaking the Immortal Avenue Pact." The patriarch nodded calmly before saying, "You do not need to worry about the pact. Since the Dao opening sect broke the pact 100 years ago, we can use that to justify our actions." After that, he directly cut off the communication. As for D Tian, with the same cold and indifferent face, he did not have any change in his expression. After the communication ended, D Tian looked into the sky. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate countless space and time, pass through countless Daoists to reach the core of the world. There he saw a powerful will residing. After looking at the will for long, it started to look like a giant eye that was close. After looking at it for a moment, D Tian muttered to himself, "Although I hate you to very core of my existence for all the pain and suffering you made me go through, I am willing to work with you in order to reach my goals." The gigantic eye seemed to have heard him, then it opened slightly before closing again. It was as if it was acknowledging his words. Despite all of this, no one was aware of what happened. There was no vision or change in the environment. It was as if everything was nothing but a dream or illusion. Afterwards, D Tian continued to watch the tournament. Meanwhile, inside the small world, deep under the ocean, Wang Wei was having a similar conversation with his own father. So, they finally signed the agreement? It was faster than expected. Were there any people who objected? He asked. Yes. Some of these old fogies were arguing that what we were doing was breaking traditions, but they still signed it in the end, replied Wang Tian with a smirk on his face. However, he did not mention the dispute between his wife and the Yin Moon Saintess. Wang Wei sneered after hearing this, as he expected this outcome. As a matter of fact, most factions would usually disagree with his plan, as it might infringe on their rights and benefits. However, Wang Wei knew these emperor lineages the best, so he used even better benefits for them to agree with this plan. He simply offered them something irresistible, so they rapidly changed their minds. The previous meeting might look like one designed to attack the Emperor Enlightening Academy, but it was not. It was a way for all these factions to divide unimaginable benefits. Many of these factions were happy that the Dao opening sect was forced to hand over so much profit to them because their aid was necessary to accomplish this plan, but none of them actually knows that this plan was never just about doing massive damage to the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Wang Wei's real goal was to lay a foundation for his future plans after becoming a great emperor. Only the supreme realm powerhouses and the head of the three families of the Dao opening sect were aware of the larger plan at large. Even the sectarian faction did not know about this, as they could not be totally trusted after Long Boss' recent betrayal. So, while all these emperor lineages were celebrating the benefit that they would receive, they did not know that Wang Wei was playing them in the palm of his hand. Once they realized this, it would be too late. "Wire, when do you want to execute the plan?" asked Wang Tian with a little excitement in his voice. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei replied, "Wait for a while, I want to see how the academy responds to our recent attacks. Well, they have started using similar attacks on our reputation, but we were prepared, so their attacks failed. We also received news that the person in charge of the formation had her soul searched, thus turning her into brain dead. The academy would never expect our sect to develop something as heaven-defying as a ray virus." After saying that, Wang Tian sighed deeply as he remembered a century ago, before his son started cultivating, he once introduced the concept of a ray virus to the upper echelon of the sect. He remembers how he stood in front of all the professionals of the sect, then described the idea to them. The concept of a ray virus was actually based on Wang Wei's past life. When he was studying array or formation, he discovered that runes were similar to computer code which could be used to code reality itself. After making this observation, he wondered whether he could use the concept of a virus to infect a formation, then taking control over said formation. If his idea was successful, Wang Wei knew that the Dao opening sect could actually remotely take control over other sect formation or array. After introducing this idea to the sect, many people first thought that he was crazy, and he was just speaking nonsense. However, on the count that he was the sect master's son, they let him use the resources to try his idea. After the first prototype of array virus was created, it could only take control of a low-level profound array, and it was barely able to do so. Nevertheless, this discovery was truly an unimaginable one for the people of the sect. This discovery was essentially creating a brand new Dao or path for array professionals all over the world. After more than 100 years of studying, the Dao opening sect could take control of some less complex Earth-level arrays. Luckily for them, the formation used to broadcast the tournament was not that high, nor that complex. Otherwise Wang Wei would have to find another plan to get access to it. Wang Tian spent a few good seconds reminiscing about the past. Then he took a deep breath to regain his bearing while secretly thinking to himself, "I wonder what kind of world Wang Wei lived in his past life, what kind of civilization was it to have such an existing idea or concept. Maybe one day, when he is ready, he could tell us or even show us." Wang Tian then looked at his son before saying, "Well, that should be everything for today, so." However, before he could finish, his wife, Yu Yan, entered the room and pushed him to the side before saying to her son, "Wire, I have a bone to pick with you." Chapter 236. Wang Wei was looking at his mother with his heart racing, wondering what he did wrong this time. He did not want to be on the other hand of his mother's punishment like his father. Meanwhile, Yu Yan started playing and took out a card that was actually a talisman. After activating it, the voice of two people talking could be heard. However, a bunch of terrible profanities were coming out of these people. Some of these things said were so vile that it would turn even the holiest of saints into devil worshippers or sinners. This card was actually one of the many ones that Wang Wei created in order to damage the Academy's reputation and prestige. Many people who receive these cards believe that these conversations were real recordings of teachers of the Academy speaking with another. After the recording ended, Yu Yan looked at Wang Wei and asked, "From what I remember, I raised you properly like an aristocrat, so where did you learn such vulgarity?" Sweat started falling down Wang Wei's back despite the fact that he was a couple 100,000 meters deep under the ocean as he pondered what to say in this situation. He could not tell her that he was raised in online culture in his life, and that compared to the foul things people in modern days say on the web, these conversations were actually nothing, especially compared to the more conservative values and ideas of this world. Knowing that he might get in trouble, Wang Wei's mind ran very fast as he thought on how to explain this situation. Finally, he said with a calm face, "Mother, this has nothing to do with me, it was all Li Jun. He told me that he spent a lot of time around the sect's disciples and learned many foul things, so I consulted him when it was time to make the cards. And it was not just him. There was also Tai Gang. He told me before he became a king in the lower realm, he was in a gang and was once a bandit, so I consulted him on the issue." Yu Yan crossed her arms in front of her as she pondered these words. Meanwhile, Wang Tian was looking at his son with strange eyes. It was obvious that he was the one who wrote these things by himself. Why was he blaming others now? However, when he wanted to say something, he saw a deep ferocious look in his son's eyes. He knew that if he said something, then Wang Wei could just blame it on him. No matter whether his wife believed it, he would still be in trouble. So, he just nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after a few seconds of pondering, Yu Yan nodded before muttering to herself, "It seems that I have to talk to little Li Jun's mother about who he is hanging with. As for Tai Gang, I will warn him not to bring these things around my son." No matter how intelligent Yu Yan was, she was still a mother, and thus very biased against her own son. She did not want to believe that he was capable of such a thing, so she totally believed his lie that was full of loopholes. After that, Yu Yan looked at Wang Wei before saying, "Well, be careful who you hang out with in the future, I do not want them to influence you. Having a pure and peaceful mind is very beneficial to your path of cultivation." "I know, mother," replied Wang Wei with a look of innocence in his face. Yu Yan nodded before looking at her husband. "You can look for your own accommodation for the next 2 weeks, sect master. Now, I am off to a tea meeting with my future daughter-in-law." Then she left with a happy smile on her face, while Wang Tian's mouth kept twitching non-stop. Nevertheless, he was happy that it was just for 2 weeks and not longer. As for Wang Wei, he was just relieved that his mother bought his lie. As for throwing Li Jun under the bus, well, he has been doing this ever since they were young. By now, Li Jun was not only used to it, but knows how to cooperate to take the blame. Anyways, this guy has used him as a shield countless times as well. Every time he becomes a womanizer, he will use his name to justify his action to Yan Liling, and Wang Wei always covers for him. After seeing the defeated look on his father's face, Wang Wei said, "Since you cover for me so well, I will talk to her for you, but I can probably reduce your sentence by only a week." Wang Tian's eyes lit up after hearing this. Things are always better when his son intervened for him despite the fact that this rarely occurs. After that, the two talked about their life and joked around for a bit before disconnecting. Wang Wei sighed as he pondered all that happened in the past decade, more importantly, the close friendship that Wu Hong had with his mother. The truth of the matter, he was worried that his mother would not like her, given how overprotective she can be at times. Personally, he did not want to live through the family drama of mother versus daughter-in-law, as he would be the one in the middle. Luckily for him, he did not have to. Nevertheless, he was still wondering how his mother accepted Wu Hong so quickly, so he asked her. The answer he got was that she was worried about him. According to Yu Yan, her son was a very strict and disciplined person who rarely messed with other women. On top of that, she realized that he was too focused on cultivation and feared that he would become one of those cultivators who did not want to have families, especially when Wang Wei told her that he would only have children after his cultivation was truly successful. Adding to his ridiculous standards for a companion, she feared that he would be alone forever. So, she was very excited when Wu Hong came into his life. After hearing this, Wang Wei started to remember the only time that he and his mother had a fight. When he turned 14 years old, according to his aristocratic training, he was supposed to sleep with one of the maids. This was a way for children from prominent families to get used to the pleasure of the flesh so that they are not easily tempted during their cultivation journey. Of course Wang Wei refused, as he did not want to sleep with anyone, especially since he did not feel like it. Not to mention that he had already passed the lust trial from the pagoda, so this held no meaning to him. Unfortunately, his mother insisted that he had sexual intercourse with one of them. After asking his father, he realized that his mother was worried about his sexual orientation. It was then that Wang Wei realized that this world's culture and society was very conservative in many ways compared to modern society. As such, homosexual relationships are frowned upon. Although as long as you are strong enough, no one will publicly criticize your lifestyle and choices, in general, homosexual relationship of any gender is still frowned upon by society. Even if there have been many great emperors who openly admitted their sexual orientation, this did not change much. After knowing the situation, he tried to talk to his mother and explained that he just did not feel like it. As a person who pursues to be free and unfettered, this was reason enough for him to make a decision about anything. Nevertheless, Yu Yan was not relieved in the slightest. So, Wang Wei was forced to go against his wishes or desires and slept with one of the maids he chose for himself. Well, he did not complain, as he did enjoy himself. Nevertheless, he found the experience pointless, as sleeping with a woman was not an indication of anyone's sexual orientation. However, since it meant so much to his mother, he did it anyway. After that experience, Wang Wei planned to one day make the cultivators in this world more open-minded. After all, as people who study the ways of heaven and earth, they should be more accepting of all its laws. After taking a brief journey through memory lane, Wang Wei took out another recording from his space ring. This one was sent by Wang Ju and contained everything that happened in the Heaven Chosen Selection Trial, the past decade. Without much hesitation, he rushed through the recordings of the first few months. As this was the first round and mostly involved these participants being massacred by hordes of devil beasts, there was not much information to gather. Especially given that the truly powerful candidates were hiding their strength. In the second rounds, Wang Wei immediately took notice of when Mo Xingyun killed the 9-yin physique girl from the lower realm. Chapter 237. Wang Wei watched how easily Mo Xingyun easily defeated the 9-yin physique, then he saw how she swallowed her opponent's body. However, what he focused more on was what happened afterwards. Someone intervened and placed a formation that isolated the viewer's eye, and it seemed that Mo Xingyun had a conversation with someone. Any information on who she was talking to? Asked Wang Wei. Unfortunately, no. Replied Wang Ju from the communication talisman. Any movement from the Mo family in the west after this incident? The sect did notice some movement from them after this, as they seemed to be searching for something. However, after that, once the Mo family noticed that the whole world was spying on them, they immediately stopped their actions. Wang Wei nodded as he placed a higher level of threat to Mo Xingyun after hearing that conversation. So, he focused on her actions during this trial. Wang Wei watched as she killed and swallowed the number 9 Origin Spirit physique and the number 10 Star Monarch physique. None of these guys from the lower realm could give her a proper challenge, showing how difficult it is for Heaven Chosens from the lower realm to actually become successful in higher worlds. Only a few of them can do so, and the ones that actually become great emperors are even more rare. Most of them actually have to enter a faction before they could reach their full potential and be able to fight for the heaven will. As for the ones from the lower realm that became great emperor while still remaining loose cultivators, the number of them can be counted in one hand. And these people are usually extremely powerful, but also very lucky. They usually have countless fortunate opportunities to close the gap with those heaven-chosen full of resources since birth. Finally, they have to find an identity token to be recognized by the heavenly Tao of the myriad emperor world. And even those loose cultivators great emperor might not make it in this glorious age when heaven-chosens are as many as dogs, and the talent needed to survive in this generation has been raised to unimaginable heights. After sighing for a moment, Wang Wei continued to observe Mo Xingyun. She seemed to have an insatiable appetite. After killing the last 3 physiques in the top 10, she went after the number 7 boundless void physique. Unfortunately, she soon realized that she bargained for more than she could handle. Before the void-shattered realm, the boundless void physique is one of the most overpowered physiques of all the 3,000 heavenly physiques. It grants the owner the ability to control space. So abilities like teleport, space cut, space imprisonment are the most common abilities of this physique. Adding to that, the founder of the Worshipping Tao Academy once also possessed the same physique and proved the Tao with space as his main Tao, so the owner of this physique, Zhang Xian cultivate the infinite void volume, Mo Xingyun was maltreated during the battle. Zhang Xian kept teleporting around her and attacking her. She tried to swallow the space around her, but she failed. So, she used the power she had just gained from the origin spirit physique that granted her unlimited origin essence to keep using large-scale attacks to prevent Zhang Xian from approaching her. Unfortunately, this tactic did not work as the space around her was imprisoned and turned into a cage during one of her attacks, making her own origin abilities counterattack her instead. Nevertheless, Mo Xingyun was a ruthless woman. She purposely left an opening on herself and lured Zhang Xian to attack her directly. So, after he appeared next to her to stab her with a space blade, she let him do it, then instantly tried to swallow one of his arms. Lucky, Zhang Xian was also a cruel person and knew that he could not get access to any part of his body, so he detonated that arm after knowing that he could not save it, thus preventing Mo Xingyun from getting any powers from his physique. After that, the two of them did not continue to fight and left just like that. Wang Wei watched that battle over and over, and he discovered that one of the main reasons that Mo Xingyun lost was because she could not fully utilize the power of the other physique. It was as if she could not fully digest what she swallowed. Wang Wei then remembered that the Heaven-Devouring Emperor not only created the Heaven Devour physique, but also a powerful cultivation technique to go with it. It seemed that Mo Xingyun did have such a thing, thus explaining the reason for the inability to properly swallow these physiques. Wait, could she have discovered the technique left over by the Heaven Devourer Emperor, hence the reason that the Mo family was searching for something? However, this does not make sense, as according to the Heaven Devourer Emperor's personality and attitude towards his own family, it is very unlikely that he would leave behind an inheritance unless it was someone else's inheritance, muttered Wang Wei to himself. After that, he looked back at Wang Ju before ordering, "Go over all the people throughout history that have cultivated a technique about swallowing or devouring and see if you can find anything. You can ask my father's shadow to help you review the sect's secret archive and see if they can discover anything else." "As you wish, young master." Afterwards, he rewatched the battle between these two, this time focusing on Zhang Xian's ability and how he would defeat him in a battle. Before cultivators enter the void-shattered realm and can use the power of space, this physique is indeed a cheat. However, Wang Wei believed that his fleshly body can easily tank any of his attacks, not to mention that he can now break the space around him with sheer force. Additionally, his fate innate talent can also deal with this physique, so he was not that worried. As for Mo Xingyun, he noticed that she has a limit on the things that she can swallow, so he can easily overload her capabilities and make her explode from swallowing too much. Furthermore, she seemed incapable of swallowing physical attacks that do not involve origin essence or spiritual energy between heaven and earth. With so many restrictions, he has many ways to deal with her. However, if she finds a way to fix her flaws, her level of threat will exponentially increase. After watching her battle, Wang Wei then focused on two other people that Wang Zhu's information had detailed notes on. One of them was a handsome man called the Suave Sloth. This man was sleeping in the middle of the battlefield with countless beautiful women fanning him. However, every time some devil beasts or another participant came close to him, they would instantly feel listless and unmotivated, then fall asleep like him. Then, the women next to the Suave Sloth would go and kill these people themselves, and they would not even react. Wang Wei was speechless for a moment before reading the information that Wang Zhu had about him. According to her, his real name is not known, or he might not even have a real name. Ever since he was young, people always called him the Suave Sloth. This guy was extremely lazy when he was young, refusing to even eat due to how lazy he was. According to this information, the only reason that he began to cultivate it in the first place was because he heard that cultivators did not need to eat after reaching a certain level of strength, just needed to live from breathing spiritual energy between heaven and earth. And this guy laziness did not stop here. After discovering that cultivation was hard work, he used his genius to create a cultivation technique that allows him to both cultivate and fight while sleeping. This technique even allowed him to create a pseudo-domain around him that placed anyone near him into a state of utmost laziness or sloth. As for the women next to him, they were here to ensure that he could sleep peacefully, and if he ever decides to wake up, that they will take care of his daily needs. What made Wang Wei speechless was a very particular detailed information that he did not want to know how Wang Zhu got. According to this information, the reason that these women liked Suave Sloth so much was not because of his handsome face, or because of any benefit, but because he was too lazy during sex that he allowed them to be on top, and do most if not all the work. In this very patriarchal society, these women find this experience very liberating and free, they feel powerful and in control even more than having a high cultivation level. So, they are drawn to him like metal to magnet. After sighing how wonderful and weird the cultivation world can be, he focused on the last person named Fan Li. This person actually received the inheritance of the Nether Emperor, or as he is more known for, the Yin Soul Emperor. This emperor is a very interesting one as he suffered a terrible humiliation just after proving the Tao. Right after becoming a great emperor, he took the name Nether Emperor. However, some powerful being in the Nether Hell Forbidden Land did not like that he used that name. Then, a gigantic palm came from there and patted the Nether Emperor like a fly, almost killing him. The palm left the words, "Are you worthy of that name?" before leaving. After that, he was forced to change his name to Yin Soul Emperor. As for Fan Li's ability, it involves controlling Yin energy in the surrounding environment to create zombies, spirits, ghosts, and the soul. It is rumored that this technique can even allow a cultivator to bring back the dead to life when one reaches the highest level. Unfortunately, this rumor has not been verified, nevertheless, many people are interested in acquiring it. Given that this Fan Li is nothing but a lucky loose cultivator, many factions have started to eye his inheritance for their own. By the time Wang Wei had finished reviewing all this information, the third round of the tournament had begun, and all the seeded players had begun to take part in this trial. Chapter 238. After reading and reviewing all the information about the candidates that he needed to pay attention to, Wang Wei asked Wang Zhu, "What's the situation with Fan Li? Many people or factions are paying attention to him and his inheritance. After all, most cultivators have lost a loved one during their journey, and the possibility of losing one is very high. So, with this inheritance, it is the perfect chance for them to make up for their regrets. Additionally, including him into their factions will add an additional emperor scriptures to their own inheritance, so many people have plans to try to recruit him after the tournament even if they have to use force," replied Wang Zhu. Wang Wei then nodded as he could guess that the Dao opening sect had similar strategy. Then, he dismissed her by ending the communication talisman. Then, he started to check his cultivation. Inside his divine sea, he saw 17 origin patterns in his ancient lamp, and he nodded in satisfaction while thinking to himself, one origin pattern per year is considered a fast cultivation process, so in another 33 years, I should reach the total 50 origin patterns needed before breaking through the divine body realm. However, given the fact that I have a transcendent Tao foundation, and in order to increase the power of my true will, I will need to have more than 50 origin patterns. Meaning, while I cultivate the 51st origin pattern and up, most of my competitors will have reached the stage of breaking through higher realm. So, I need a little help to speed up the process. After that, he took out the spiritual milk from the calcify milk cave back in the sect and drank it to increase his cultivation speed. However, Wang Wei did not enter retreat this time, but focused on the third round that was taking place. In the secret realm of the tournament, while all these world-changing events were taking place, the seeded players were in their own residence. After the number of participants reached 100,000 from 500 million in the past 10 years, they received notifications that the third round would begin. Inside Li Jun residence, he suddenly opened his eyes from his state of meditation after receiving a talisman warning him of the beginning of the third round. After getting up, he put on his armor and held his spear in his hand. While doing some basic stretches, Li Jun suddenly sneezed twice. After frowning, he muttered to himself, "Who's talking bad things about me now? Could it be my linger? No, I have not done anything bad in the past decade. So, is it Big Brother Wang Wei? Is he blaming me for something again?" After that, he walked in front of an array that would teleport him to a certain part of the Secrum realm. While waiting, Li Jun started thinking about the rules of this round and the challenges he will face. According to the Academy's rule, the tournament is divided into 30 sectors, with each seeded players in charge of a sector. In the third round, these seeded players have to participate in eliminating as many people as possible until the number of participants is reduced from 100,000 to only 1,000 people. This round is important because this is the time that these seeded players have to show the reason they were chosen as such. So, throughout history, the third round has always been a cruel one, as most participants usually banded together to fight and kill these seeded players. So, if the seeded players are not strong enough or vigilant enough, they might be killed during this round, or forced to run for their lives and be humiliated in front of trillions of people. Be that as it may, this generation's heaven-chosen selection trial is different, as many of the seeded players did not participate. That includes Wang Wei, Di Tian, Wu Hong, Lu Meishio from the herd-raising valley, Zhen Biyu from the Five Elements Palace, and Feng Heng from the Taiyi Gate, who left midway through. Additionally, there are people with strength similar to the seeded players like Mo Xingyun and Zhang Xian that do not hold this position due to the fact that they have remained low-key in the eyes of the public until the tournament began. Adding to that the few rising talents that appeared in the second rounds, the third round should be very exciting. Once the appropriate time arrived, Li Jun entered the formation and he was teleported to the section he was in charge of. The truth of the matter was that he was not worried about group fights, given that one of his innate talent was perfectly suited for this occasion. However, Li Jun did not use it during the next 20 years that the third round lasted. He fought countless geniuses from all the world while honing his skills. More importantly, Li Jun was able to absorb the slaughter aura that enveloped the entire secret realm and increase his own strength. As a matter of fact, Li Jun was not the only one who used such tactics. Many of the powerful heaven-chosens like Ji Song, Lin Fan, or Suya did use their powerful innate talent or hidden cards, as they were reserving it for when they met each other. Unfortunately for these heaven-chosens, things were not as simple as they first imagined. Due to the fact that many of the sections did not have a seeded player, the Emperor Enlightening Academy allowed the people in these sections to travel freely to other sections based on their choices. As a result of this, heaven-chosens in the top 10 lists created by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion discovered that instead of having to fight thousands of people, some of them had to fight 5 to 7 times that number. Adding to the limitations of having to hide their hidden cards, this proved to be a harder task to accomplish, hence also the reason that this round took so long before finishing. Of course, this was not the main reason that these people were hiding their strength, to the point of going to the extreme in order to do so. The real reason being that they received news from their factions or sects about the ongoing battle between the Dao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy, and the fact that one of their competitors has orchestrated the entire thing. Knowing the general situation, many of them felt like participating in this tournament was kind of beneath them, or, to be precise, it should be. While they were fighting for the so-called glory of being the #1 heaven chosen, Wang Wei, who was in the same generation as them, was doing things that influenced the world in an unimaginable scale. As absurd as it might sound, many of them felt like they were the younger generation, while people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Wu Hong were of the older generation that considered tournaments like this to be an excellent way for the younger generation to show their progress to them. To many, this absurd feeling was unacceptable, especially given the culture of this world involving respecting the superior and elders, which has been deeply ingrained in the cultivating world society. Adding to that the fact that these seeded players who did not participate in the tournament can watch on the sideline and peek at their hidden cards, strengths, and abilities without revealing their own. These heaven chosen know the advantage a person can have over another during battle due to information. Additionally, Feng Heng's news that he has awakened the yin-yang eyes has already spread throughout the entire myriad emperor world. As a result of this, his level of threat has been elevated from the middle or bottom of the heaven-chosen list to the level of Lin Fan, Suya and Jian Wushuang. Although the absolute beginning Dao art is not that famous due to the few people who managed to cultivate it, all these emperor lineages know that the ones that succeeded in doing so were extremely powerful and extraordinary. So, by the time that the final round arrived, the mentality of many of these heaven-chosens had greatly shifted. If it was not the fact that they all wanted access to the 3,000 Dao tablets, many of them would have forfeited the tournament midway through, just like Feng Heng. Nevertheless, the majority of them have decided that they will keep their true strengths as hidden as possible. As for the spots for the tablets, as long as they acquire a spot in the top 30, it did not matter to them. Although the higher the ranking, the more time a participant can spend enlightening in front of the tablets, no one actually cared about this. These prideful heaven-chosens all had confidence in themselves that no matter how little time they have to spend inside, it will be more than enough. They believed that since people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Wu Hong can give up access to the Dao tablets, they can spend a little less time than necessary to still achieve their goals, as they do not believe that they are in any way inferior to these three. Of course, not everyone felt this way. For example, Lin Fan, he wanted to show the world that his low background did not matter by taking the first place of this tournament. As for the Dao tablets, as the true disciple of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, he had access to them any time he wanted, so he did not really care. So, when the final round began, many odd behaviors were noticed by the viewers. Chapter 239. Wang Wei experienced many things during the 2 decades that the third round took place. For once, he learned a great deal about his fellow competitors. Although these people decided no to use all their strengths, Wang Wei still learned a great deal about them, like their response time, are they more efficient in close combat or using spells from afar, and their preferences during certain situations. All this information is useful to determine a battle at peak level. Another thing he discovered was the fact that hiding their strengths actually helped these people a great deal during the past 10 years. With the constant fighting while placing limitations on themselves, many of them like Ji Song, Suya, Jian Wushuang and Lin Fan honed their skills to perfection amidst the constant slaughter and ambush. Moreover, their cultivation speed did not decrease as the constant fighting was perfect for breaking through in battle, as well as the fact that the secret realm is designed to help the participants cultivate faster. Adding to that, all of them experienced a fortunate encounter, as the secret realm of the trial was full of other secret realms with inheritance or lucky chances inside. Unfortunately, the tournament did broadcast the specific of these fortunate encounters, so he did not know what benefits these people received. Nevertheless, he did notice that Ji Song was very strange after one of his encounters, so he took note of it. Meanwhile, on the world level, the war between the Dao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy has not stopped for even a moment. Although the public opinion battle was not as intense as before, these two factions keep trying to ruin the other's reputation and prestige. Unfortunately, the mortals that were usually ignored by cultivators unless it was time to recruit disciples became the main target of these groups. Although, at first the mortals felt that it was nice to finally feel valuable to the cultivating world, soon things reached the point that they realized that they were just being used for some purpose by these cultivators. Of course, these thoughts were only realized by the noble or scholar of the mortal world that have access to knowledge, as the majority of them spend all of their lives in a farm, trying to survive one winter after another. As for the cultivating world, many people felt that something big was about to happen, and these past 20 years were nothing but the calm before the storm. On a personal level, Wang Wei has made tremendous progress in his strength. The number of origin patterns in his ancient lamp reached 67 from 17, thus proving that he had surpassed the limit of 50. His good fortune flame burned brighter than any he had ever seen or recorded, yet he knew that it was still not enough for him to break through the primordial spirit realm. Nevertheless, it was still a powerful hidden card. In case he encountered a desperate measure, he would not hesitate to use his flame. As a result of this limit breakthrough, he felt that the power of his true will had dramatically increased. Nevertheless, he always had a feeling that there was more to this true will ability, that he did not know how to properly use it, or use to the fullest of its potential. He wanted to ask Wu Hong, but he did not want her to get in trouble again. Plus, he enjoyed the process of slowly figuring it out, as it made it easier for him to control and use. Of course, the greatest progress that he made was his fleshly body. With the constant tempering from the divine punishment thunder, his muscles were finally tempered to great perfection and beyond, and he awakened a new ability. His new ability was not that impressive, to be precise, it was a common one: the ability to break through space and teleport. Once a cultivator reaches the Void Shatter realm, they can use the power of law to do the same things, so it was a very common thing. Of course, based on the strength, talent, and law cultivated, the distance and amount of space that they can control will vary. Now, his fleshly body granted him these powers in advance, along with the ability to survive in empty space without any need for origin essence or spiritual energy. Additionally, all his other fleshly body abilities also evolved, his raw strength increasing to a few trillion tons. After reaching that level of strength, Wang Wei's geeky side from his past life got the best of him, so he wanted to try something. It was something he saw in a Superman comic when he was young. So, he asked True Monarch Yan Chen to create a few planets for him, then with a massive chain, he started to carry them around and lifted weights with them, recreating that panel in the comic. After seeing this, True Monarch Yan Chen commented that this was a good way for body refiners to train themselves, complimenting Wang Wei on his ingenuity, which made him embarrassed as he just wanted to look cool. So, he played it calmly and pretended that the purpose of him doing this in the first place was to properly train himself. Of course, the reason that Wang Wei's strength grew so rapidly was not because he just tempered his muscle to great perfection, but also because he finally tempered his internal organs, and absorbed the materials needed for them during these past 30 years. In order to accelerate the rate of tempering and refinement, he did not listen to Wu Hong and allowed the divine punishment thunder to enter and ravage his internal organs. Then, he swallowed saint pills like heart growth pill, lung regeneration pill, and other pill-specific pills that helped regrow internal organs like they were candy. Thus, using his old method of destruction and rebirth, he greatly accelerated the process. Of course, Wu Hong discovered this, and she was not that surprised, as she knew him better than himself. Not long after he started doing so, she showed up and helped him. She sealed up and removed all the hidden injuries such extreme level of cultivation left behind inside his body. Of course, although she did not say anything about him breaking his words, she displayed the fact that she was not happy by not talking to him for 6 months. Beside helping him with his injury, she never said a single word to him even during the process. Even using his shameless tactic did not work this time. Then, at some point, she said to him while directly looking through his eyes, his soul, I understand that you are under a lot of pressure, but you have to understand that you still have a lot of time and room to grow. There is no need to push yourselves to this extreme, otherwise it will be counterproductive. After hearing this, Wang Wei finally understood that his behavior was a little too extreme, and out of character for him that likes to be cautious and well prepared for doing things. After doing a self-reflection, he realized that the reason he was rushing to increase his strength so much was because of his encounter with Di Tian. Ever since he met that guy, his intuition has been acting intensely, always warning him of the upcoming danger. More importantly, no matter how much his strength increased, his intuition as a warrior kept telling him that this guy was more powerful than him. So, he pushed himself beyond his limits, but that feeling never left him. However, after hearing Wu Hong's words, he realized that had been too focused behind the strongest heaven chosen. At this point of time, beyond the strongest did not mean anything, as all of them were just weak cultivators in the supernatural realm. Even if some of them could fight many realms above their stage, it did change the fact that they were still in the 4th stage of cultivation, thus having plenty room for growth and development. So, it did not truly matter who was the strongest at this stage. The title of the strongest only mattered during the heaven will battle, as that person will be the one to sit on that throne. After coming to this realization, Wang Wei's state of mind sublimated, then he reigned in his extreme cultivation method after thanking Wu Hong. His parents and elders in the sect had said similar things to him, but somehow he never listened to their words. However, Wu Hong seemed to have a way to get through his stubborn personality. An ability which greatly upset his mother, Yu Yan, for not having. Wang Wei even heard that she was very unhappy at the fact that her son listened to his companion, but did not listen to her. Wang Wei asked her why she was upset with him instead of Wu Hong, and Yu Yan replied that he could not compare to her. He then realized that his place as the favorite of the family was slowly being replaced by Wu Hong, and he was not happy about it. Nevertheless, despite all the family, he still managed to temper 3 of his organs and absorbed the materials necessary. Chapter 240. The 3 organs that Wang Wei tempered with and absorbed the necessary material are the liver, kidney, and lung. As for the materials needed, they are based on the 5 elements. The lung represents metal, the kidney stands for water, and the liver for wood. According to the 5 elements theory, metal, lung, promotes water, kidney, water promotes wood, liver. The process will continue until a cycle of promoting and restraining occur to achieve a state of balance. Unfortunately, Wang Wei does not have the remaining 2 materials yet, the reason being that his requirements or the sect's requirements were very high. In order to give Wang Wei the best possible advantage, the Dao opening sect chose innate treasures of heaven and earth to allow him to refine his fleshly body. Innate treasures are a very special type or quality of material. In some ways, they are even more powerful and rare than emperor-level materials. According to the little information that cultivators have in the first few eras that existed in the myriad emperor world, during the Chaos era, the world was just formed and thus inhabitable by any kind of living beings, whether living or non-living, both organic and non-organic. However, back then, the world did not have spiritual energy between heaven and earth, but chaos chi, which is a vastly superior form of energy. After the world was completed and heavenly Tao perfected the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, the primordial era began. In that era, chaos chi was degraded into innate chi. Although chaos chi still existed in the environment, compared to the unlimited amount that existed in the previous era, it was nothing. Nevertheless, the lifeforms that started to appear in the primordial era still benefited from the baptizing of both chaos chi and innate chi. As a result of this, the majority of life born in that period were referred to as primordial gods or innate demons, and they were extremely powerful. Their fleshly bodies were extremely powerful, to the point of using stars as snacks and worlds as balls to play games with. They were born with extremely terrifying bloodlines, granting them unimaginable divine abilities. 2 things that cultivators of modern time know for sure about these beings: they were extremely large in size and they were all born with a very high cultivation realm. The weakest of them had the strength of void-shattered realm, while the strongest of them reached the level of great emperors and that was at birth. Many cultivators theorized that the cultivation system of these beings was extremely different from modern times. Due to the fact that the majority of them were born so powerful, they did not need to breathe qi from heaven and earth. All they had to do was understand the laws of heaven and earth in order to reach a higher level of strength. Another speculation of modern cultivators is the fact that since these powerful beings were born with different levels of strength, their society was strictly hierarchical, even worse than modern time. The higher the strength one of these gods were born with, the higher their talents, status, and opportunity to grow and develop. A primordial god born with Void Shatter Realm strength had absolutely no chance to ever surpass one born with Saint Realm strength, not to mention the higher ones. Of course, there are many things that still puzzled cultivators through this time regarding those eras. There is sufficient evidence to prove that humans existed in the primordial era. So, people always wondered how humans appear, survive, and even became the leader of this world in the beginning Emperor era, given that these primordial gods and innate demons. From the record still left from that era, humans have always been a weak and pitiful race, so this was a mystery that cultivators often wonder about. Many people theorized that humans were the descendants of primordial gods, while demons were the descendants of innate demons, given that these primordial gods looked exactly like them, and the innate demons also looked like the demon race. As for the rise of the human race, many people attributed it to the first great emperor of the myriad emperor world, the heaven-opening emperor. The truth of the matter is that many of the theories or conjectures of modern cultivators are correct, while a few were wrong. The truth of the matter is that these primordial gods and innate demons were indeed born extremely large, extremely powerful. Their society was indeed strictly hierarchical, as the oldest of them were usually the most powerful and have the highest status. One ability that these creatures had was the fact that they were all immortals. With the constant bathing in both chaos qi and innate qi, none of them had to worry about their lifespan, so they mostly focused on cultivating. Additionally, as creatures born from heaven and earth, meaning they were not created through procreation, they were considered perfect beings. So, unlike humans and even demons, the concept of conflict and fighting was a very rare thing in their society or civilization. Despite the strict hierarchy, no one actually complained or became envious, as they understood that they were the children of heaven and earth, and that their strengths and talents were granted to them, so they should just be happy or content for what they were given. And if someone wanted to change his or her status, all they had to do was work hard on enlightening the laws between heaven and earth and increase their strengths. Unfortunately, such peaceful and quiet civilizations did not last long. With the passage of time, these primordial gods and innate demons discovered that the chaos qi and innate qi were slowly decreasing. By the middle of the primordial era, the number of chaos qi existing was so rare that it could be counted in two hands. As for the innate qi, it was slowly degrading. As such, the members of their races became very difficult to be born naturally. And the ones that were created were extremely weak, as they did not even have the power of law at birth. In other words, primordial gods with strength lower than the Void Shatter realm were starting to be born. The leaders of the primordial god race and innate demons race decided to use procreation in order to increase the number of their races, and this tactic worked for a while. By strictly controlling who the members of their races can have as partners, or example, a primordial god born with supreme realm strength can only mate with someone of similar status or birth, their races strived for a period of time. Unfortunately, this measure could not save these powerful races. Although their offspring were unimaginably powerful and gifted, it was still very difficult for them to reproduce due to their strength. The laws of heaven and earth do now allow powerful beings to mate as easily as weak ones, otherwise the balance of nature would be broken. So, by the end of the primordial era, the innate qi between heaven and earth has turned into acquired qi or spiritual qi that is present in modern time. Of course, the quantity back then could not even be fathomed by current cultivators. A genius like Wang Wei has to spend 5 years to reach the 12th layer of body refining realm. But back in the primordial era, a normal person with average talent would only take 10 months. A genius would take a month, and a heaven-defying genius like Wang Wei would take 3 to 4 days. Nevertheless, spiritual qi was an abomination for these primordial gods and innate demons. Forget the fact that it could not give birth to their races. Now, many of them discovered that they had to start worrying about lifespan. This was horrible news for them. But good news for the human race. After the first ray of acquired qi appeared between heaven and earth, a new race was created, the human race. After these primordial races discovered humans, they marveled at how weak they were compared to them. They did have any form of cultivation, they were tiny and died after only 300 years. Even the aura leaked out of their weakest member could easily annihilate these humans. The majority of them left humans alone, while others decided to keep them as pets or study them, especially their rapid reproductive abilities. The human race's life back then was neither good nor bad, it was basically based on the personality of the races that took them. For the most part, life was good for most human tribes. Unfortunately, that did not last long. After calculating the secrets of heaven and earth, the leaders of the primordial gods and innate demons calculated the eventual destruction their races and the rise of the human race. They discovered that humans were the chosen race assigned by heavenly Tao to lead the myriad emperor world, even though it was not called such by then. Chapter 241. Obviously the leaders of these powerful races would never allow such a tragedy to happen, so despite their peaceful nature, they decided to annihilate the human races and prevent their rise. Now, given that the human races survived and the primordial gods and innate demons are nowhere to be found in the myriad emperor world except for a few remains or the blood earth forbidden land, obviously they did not succeed in their endeavor. As for what truly occurred, that is something that Wang Wei will discover for himself one day in the distant future. Back to the present, the reason that innate treasures were mentioned was because they are treasures born from heaven and earth back in the primordial era through the baptism of chaos qi and innate qi. Only a few of them remained in the world, and only a few of the very ancient sects that existed back in the ancient emperor era still have some of them available in their reserves. As for Wang Wei, he used the wood essence, which is an innate treasure that contains a tremendous amount of vitality to refine his liver. As a matter of fact, the vitality inside is enough to heal a great emperor on the verge of death. Additionally, this material will also help the next part that he is going to have to temper, his blood. He used a drop of karmic washing water to refine his kidney. According to records, this karmic washing water is said to have the ability to wash away a person's karma in vast quantities. However, this rumor has never been verified due to the scarcity of this material remaining throughout the world. Otherwise, this innate treasure would be seen by so many factions that it would be ridiculous. With it, they will not need the help of a great emperor in order to wash away their karmas. Their disciples will not have to seal themselves for countless generations to be eligible to fight for the next heaven-will battle after one failure, or being born at the wrong time. These two innate materials were the only ones that the Tao opening sect had in their possession relating to the 5 elements. As for the third one that Wang Wei used, it was traded by the great Zhou imperial dynasty in exchange for Ji Song to enter the pagoda trials. It was called the root metal qi, and as the name implies, this qi is considered by all cultivators as the source or origin of all metal, both normal and spiritual, in the myriad emperor world. Wang Wei remembered that after he received that material, his father had a very long and deep envious look on his face, the reason being that this innate qi was the perfect material to create a sword. According to him, this thing was the dream material of every swordsman, as they could create the ultimate sword with it. It took Wang Tian a great deal of effort not to secretly steal that material and not tell his son of its existence in the first place. As for the remaining 2 materials that he needed, he had to search for them himself. However, he was not worried that he would not find any innate treasure, as he knew that some still existed in secret realms that had not been discovered. As long as he activates his ability to become a son of destiny, he believes that he will find 2 innate materials related to earth and fire. However, he really does not want to use this ability. From his knowledge, he knew that Sons of Destiny was essentially granted by the will of the world, or to be specific, heavenly Tao. The reason is always because the world is facing some kind of danger, and heavenly Tao needed someone to save it. Laws of heaven and earth are fair and absolute, so no one including a Son of Destiny can escape the restraints of karma. So, although their title as Son of Destiny grants them heaven-defying luck or fortune, they are also required to pay a certain price for it. Furthermore, after these Sons of Destiny repay their karma and save the world that granted them such a position, usually they will be rewarded with tremendous luck for their future, then have their title taken away from them, meaning that being a Son of Destiny is nothing but a temporary job with great benefit. However, this is not always the case. Sometimes the person chosen as Son of Destiny does not agree very well with heavenly Tao. As such, after they accomplish their tasks, they will be left with nothing after their title is taken away. The fate of these people are usually very miserable. Without powerful chi luck to protect, the majority of them who have developed the idea that they can do what they want and will still survive ended up dying due to their own stupidity. The only way that someone can become a Son of Destiny without the help of heavenly Tao was to conquer the world, then gather the chi luck of the entire world, condensed it and baptized yourself with it. This is essentially a process of transforming earthly luck to heavenly luck. This is basically how Sun Jiaolong became the Son of Destiny through the human destiny sword. Back to the present, after the third round slaughter ended, all the participants left the secret realm that the previous rounds took place. Given that the final round is a fighting competition 1 against 1, it will take place in the massive stadium in the academy. However, before everything began, the 1,000 remaining participants had a few months off before the start of the competition. During this time, they can either stay in their own residence in the academy, they can visit the academy's cities or domain, or they can temporarily return to their own sect. It all depends on their own choice. Inside one of the academy's residences, all the formation were activated, and Fan Li was walking side to side while muttering to himself, "I will be safe for a while inside the academy while everyone is looking for me." After the tournament, as long as I get one of the top 30 spots and place my name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book, I will not be able to be killed until the primordial spirit realm. Mei Ming, I have a few thousand years of safety. The problem now is what I should do after that. Should I just join one of these factions? If so, which one? Damn these emperor lineages. When I had nothing, none of them wanted to accept me due to my low talent. Now that I have an emperor scripture of my own, suddenly I turn into the most delicious piece of meat. So, curse those hypocrites. No, I should curse myself for being so stupid. I should have known that showing that I had the Een Soul Emperor's inheritance would bring me so much trouble. After all, the rumors that his scripture can bring the dead back to life has been circulating around the world for countless millennia. Then, Fan Li started to walk faster. The more he thought about the situation, the more anxious he became. Sweat started appearing in his forehead despite the fact that such physiological function should not appear on a cultivator in the supernatural realm, and one that cultivates an emperor-grade technique. Maybe I should find a way to secretly leave the myriad emperor world after entering the primordial spirit realm and lay low until the heaven will battle. However, where can a loose cultivator like me have the ability to travel to other planes? Maybe I should contact the people of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. No, these people are the same as those emperor lineage hypocrites. They will still ask me to hand over my inheritance. Curse you, Een Soul Emperor. Why couldn't you leave me other resources to cultivate? Why leave me just an inheritance? What's with all this bullshit about not relying on others, about being self-sufficient? Have you seen any of these heaven-chosens not relying on their background to acquire and utilize massive resources? Have you seen any of them being self-reliant and self-sufficient? As a loose cultivator who became a great emperor, you should be aware of the struggle and discrimination that we have to suffer through in this world. So, why couldn't you just leave plenty of resources for me to cultivate? Fan Li started to pull his hair and he screamed out loud. His footsteps echoed in the room as he paced back and forth, worries oozing out his pores. What to do, what to do, what to do, he muttered non-stop to himself as if some magical answer would appear to him. Well, it did. You can hand over the scripture in your possession, or I can take it from the cold hand of your core, said another cold and indifferent voice from inside of the heavily protected room. Chapter 242. Fan Li turned his head with great shock in his face when he saw a young man with white hair and cold and ruthless eyes staring at him like a predator on the hunt. He looked around and discovered that all the formations in his residence were still working properly, so he wondered how this person entered his room. After taking a brief moment to calm himself down, he realized who was standing in front of him, so he stuttered, D. Tian? The two most famous heaven-chosens of this generation are Wang Wei and D. Tian, and both of them have very distinct and recognizable features. One had gray hair, while the other had white hair. How did you enter my room? Asked Fan Li while pretending to be calm and collected. This is the site of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. If you do not want your D family to have any conflict with the Academy, please leave my room as soon as possible and I will pretend that nothing happened here. However, D. Tian still had a cold and ruthless look on his face. Then, a powerful killing intent enveloped the room, making Fan Li breathless. There is no need to use these low-level threats against me, nor is it useful for you to stall for time. I can also tell you no matter what happens inside this room, no one will be the wiser. So, either hand over the Soul Scripture, voluntarily and you may have a chance to survive, or suffer the consequences. Fan Li's face became very ugly after hearing this, so he thought about the situation for a moment, then he made his decision. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic ghost appeared in front of him. The ghost had bronze skin, was more than 6 meters tall and had ox for a head and very muscular human body. Then, Fan Li fused with the ghost general that he summoned. However, this was not the end. A powerful energy suddenly appeared inside the room and fused with Fan Li's new form. His skin then turned pale and his height grew by another 4 meters. An army composed of countless ghosts appeared behind him. These ghosts looked very creepy as most of them were pale in complexion, and had some sort of animal for a head. Unfortunately for Fan Li, due to the limitation of space, the amount of ghosts he could summon was somewhat limited. However, he had another way to get around this problem. Without hesitation, he activated his innate talent, ghost swallowing. After opening his mouth, Fan Li started to eat these ghosts like they were a delicious snack from a well-known restaurant. More importantly, these ghosts did not resist. On the contrary, they seemed to be excited to be a part of Fan Li. It was like they were sailors lost at sea for countless years and were excited to return to land, to return to their home. As Fan Li swallowed ghosts, his body size continued to increase. From the origin's 10 meters, it quickly rose to 15 meters, only stopping once he reached a height of 25 meters. Be that as it may, during the entire process, D. Tian still had the cold look in his face like the whole world owed him a large sum of money. He did not stop Fan Li's action as if it was inconsequential to him. The Soul Scripture can indeed create a small world full of energy. And it seemed to be connected directly to samsara. Maybe, this trip will be rewarding, thought D. Tian to himself. D. Tian, today your arrogance will make you suffer. You should have never allowed me to reach my final form. Now, go die, roared Fan Li as he threw a powerful punch. Boom! The entire room trembled, seeming as if it was about to be destroyed. The shockwave created by the attack started to spread from the room to the entire manor. Fortunately, all the formations activated themselves and reinforced everything and even prevented the outside from noticing what was happening inside. After that powerful attack, Fan Li had a horrified look on his face as he watched his punch hit D. Tian, but not a single scratch appeared on him. Not even his clothes were damaged. What made Fan Li more scared was the fact that he did not sense any spiritual chi or origin essence used. How could your fleshly body be so powerful? Asked Fan Li while trembling and with a shaking voice. However, Di Tian ignored his question. Is that it? Now, it's my turn. Then, he randomly threw a normal punch. Boom! Fan Li's left arm was completely annihilated. Boom! Fan Li's right arm was also destroyed. Boom! Boom! Fan Li's remaining limbs were crushed. He then laid on the ground with only his upper torso left intact. Blood was scattered all over the room, and Fan Li was whining in pain on the floor. He felt painful and humiliated. His opponent just used a few random punches and his most powerful form was completely annihilated. He did not expect that Di Tian's fleshly body was so powerful. According to the information he knows, only Wang Wei had such a powerful fleshly body amongst all the top heaven chosens. Even Ji Song, who had the heavy axe physique, which was a physique known for the strength of its fleshly body, could barely compete with Wang Wei. And that information was outdated. As a matter of fact, Fan Li battled with Ji Song during the third round of the tournament. Using this form, he was able to give the Heaven Chosen a fair fight solely based on his fleshly body. Of course, after Ji Song had some kind of fortunate encounter, he lost easily when he fought him again. However, he never felt such despair when facing another member of his peers. "Who are you?" asked Fan Li. In his mind, he could not imagine not a member of the younger generation would be so powerful. While Fan Li was waiting for the answer, the ghosts inside his body started to regenerate all his limbs, bones, and muscles. According to his calculation, he will need at least 3 hours to be back to normal. However, as long as he regained a certain level of battle strength, he could escape this room through the Yin world that his cultivation technique granted him. Unfortunately for Fan Li, Di Tian did not talk any nonsense to him. He walked towards, with a wave of his hand, a black light flew from his hand and entered Fan Li's body. Following which, a mournful scream echoed throughout the entire manor. This scream contained the power to destroy anyone with a weak soul. Luckily, Fan Li was very paranoid recently, so he fired all the maids and servants that were inside the manor to serve him. After the scream, all the ghosts inside Fan Li's body felt a terrible fear deep in their souls. So, without hesitation, they left his body and returned to the underworld. The only left was the ghost general. Di Tian then placed his hand on top of Fan Li's head, grabbed his soul and removed it from his body. His soul looked exactly like the ghost general. Without pause, Di Tian ripped the soul into two. However, it was not to destroy it, but to separate them. He then looked at the floating cloud on his left side, and the small ghost general on his right. With a fierce look, the ghost general disappeared, leaving Fan Li's soul to fend for himself. He then looked at Fan Li's soul remaining in his hand. He mobilized his terrifying divine sense and started searching Fan Li's memories. Although the latter tried to resist, his soul strength was nothing compared to Di Tian. To be honest, it was not even close to comparison. It was like comparing a flame on a candle to a quasar, the brightest thing in the universe, well, to mortal scientists. After a few seconds of searching, Di Tian had a frown on his face as he discovered a powerful seal in Fan Li's memory regarding the knowledge about the Yin Soul Scripture. Furthermore, the level of the seal reached the Great Emperor level. Although with a certain amount of time, Di Tian knew that he could break that seal, but he could guess that it would instantly destroy Fan Li's soul before he could get what he wanted. "You could either write the scripture down and hand over to me, or you can experience the pain of your soul burning for eternity." After saying that, a strange silver-white flame appeared in his hand, right under Fan Li's soul. Soon afterward, a scream could be heard coming from the latter. Less than an hour afterwards, Di Tian had a scripture in his hand and read it, while Fan Li's soul had returned to his body. However, without the ghosts to heal him, he was on the verge of dying. "I have given you what you want, please let me live," said Fan Li with a pleading look on his face. However, Di Tian ignored him as he continued to read the scripture. At first he had a gleam of joy deep in his eyes, however as time passed, a deep frown suddenly appeared on his face. Then, a black and white light appeared from his hand, shattering the scripture into countless tiny pieces smaller than sand. "Damn, it's useless," cursed Di Tian out loud. He then looked at Fan Li, his eyes turning deep black. Fan Li opened his mouth to say something, but his head suddenly exploded before he could say anything. Even his soul was completely annihilated, preventing him from entering reincarnation. As for Di Tian, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. A half-arc pendant suddenly appeared in his hand, and he caressed it with the utmost affection while looking at it. "I should have known things would not be that simple. However, Ninger, you do not need to worry. This time, I will be successful. We will finally be reunited. Plus." Chapter 243. After Di Tian calmed himself down, he slowly walked out of Fan Li's residence while thinking to himself. Although this, soul scripture, can truly bring the dead back to life from the cycle of samsara, it is no help to me to revive Ninger. Meaning, I still have to continue with my original plan. However, this scripture can help me greatly increase my 9 samsara fist, thus increase my strength and ensure that my plans go smoothly. After walking out of the residence, no one actually discovered him, so he walked in the direction of a hidden corner. There, someone with a hood was waiting for him. As soon as the hooded figure saw Di Tian, he knelt on the floor before saying, "Sleeper, code name, White Wolf, has seen the Lord. It is an honor to be able to serve you again in this reincarnation." "White Wolf," said Di Tian. "I remember you and your son have served as sleepers for many years. He was very talented, so how is he doing?" "My lord, unfortunately, he reached his limit in the last reincarnation, so his soul was annihilated. However, he was glad to serve you for so long." Di Tian sighed, then he said after a brief moment of pause, "I am afraid only a few of the original members still exist to this day. Well, I can't blame them, even I am starting to reach my limit." "My lord, there is no need to say such ill-fated words. I believe that you will succeed in this generation. We all believe in you." "Okay, this is not the time to be sentimental," replied Di Tian. "There will be no problem on the Emperor Enlightening Academy side, right?" "No worry, my lord. I have garnered the trust of Headmaster Bai Han and belong to the faction that absolutely supports him. Additionally, I have made sure that all clues lead to another teacher, so there will be no problem." "That's good. Now, you can return to your position in the academy." The next day, a maid came to Fan Li's residence to give him his resources. Although he was recently very paranoid, Fan Li did not completely cut out access to the outside world. As an outer member of the academy and one as talented as him, he will receive a certain amount of resources to aid in his cultivation every week. After the maid arrived in front of his residence, she waited for him to open the formation and send the resources inside like usual, but nothing happened. After waiting for the entire day with no response, the maid left and reported the situation to the higher-ups of the academy. However, given the recent pressure on Fan Li due to so many people eyeing his inheritance, the academy figured that he might be hiding for a while, so they visited him personally to reassure him, and used the precious resources to lure him on their side. Nevertheless, there was no response. Thinking that Fan Li did not accept their solicitation, the academy did not say anything but kept sending one teacher to try to contact him daily. However, 3 weeks passed by and Fan Li never came out of his residence. It was then that the teacher in charge of the situation finally felt that something was wrong. It was one thing for Fan Li to reject their solicitation, but to just himself inside the room just like this without interacting with others, something must be wrong. If it was any other time, the teacher might have thought that he was deep in mediation and was cultivating, but the tournament was a few days away, but there was no news from him. So, on a whim, the teacher went to check Fan Li's soul lamp as he had one like many of the outer members of the academy. This was a symbolic act to show that the outer members were truly part of the academy despite the wanton discrimination they faced daily. After checking the soul lamp, the teacher discovered to his surprise and horror that Fan Li was dead. So, he immediately went to report to Bai Han, who gave a secret order to forcefully open the formations in the residence. Unfortunately for him, Fan Li was secretly being watched by so many spy agencies that the Academy's actions were instantly discovered. As such, news of Fan Li's death soon traveled throughout the entire myriad emperor world. Cultivators from different factions started to wonder how he died. Who killed him? And more importantly, who had the soul scripture in their hands now? Then, all eyes were on the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Since Fan Li died inside one of their residences, under their protection, the greatest suspicions fell on them. After all, they are the only people capable of entering Fan Li's residence without anyone noticing. After coming to this conclusion, many other factions accused the Academy of playing foul by secretly killing Fan Li for his inheritance. In their statement, they argued that it was all right if Fan Li chose to join the Academy on his own accord, but secretly killing him to take the inheritance is a vile move condemned by all the other factions. As such, the Academy should give a proper explanation to the world. Dao opening sects residence in the Academy. Wang Wei, who had left his cultivation retreat to watch the final round of the tournament, was sitting inside a room with Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju. After reading the information handed to him regarding Fan Li's fate, he said, "So, someone got there before us?" "I am afraid that is correct, young master," replied Wang Ju. Wang Wei then frowned as he thought about the situation. According to his original plan, he was going to use the array virus to secretly enter Fan Li's residence and acquire the soul scripture. He was very interested in this kind of powerful technique, especially with the ability to bring the dead back to life. Although Wang Wei did not have a person who he needed to bring back to death, it would be better to prepare just in case something bad happened in the future. Not to mention the fact that even if he did not have any use for the scripture, his family might need it, especially his grandfather, Wang Chang. Although his grandfather never mentioned his grandmother, Wang Wei could tell that he sometimes missed her greatly. Maybe he would want to revive her. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, the array virus was still in the early stage of development, so it still had many defects and limitations. For one, it could not work on heaven-grade formations, which was exactly the grade of the formations in Fan Li's residence. Knowing the situation, Wang Wei planned to use the array virus to temporarily stop the formation for a brief moment, then taking the opportunity to enter. Unfortunately, before the virus was developed to the point of executing his plan, someone got inside before him. "Big brother, do you think that the Emperor Enlightening Academy is the one that killed him, just like the rumor said?" asked Li Jun. "Not likely," replied Yan Liling instead. "Given the current situation of the Academy, and with the whole world watching, they should know that doing something to Fan Li would cause them a great deal of trouble, even further ruin their reputation." "Not necessarily. If they managed to acquire his inheritance, the Academy would have 9 emperor scriptures tying with our Dao opening sect. This is incentive enough for them to take the risk," replied Li Jun. Both of them had excellent points, but Wang Wei was leaning more on Yan Liling's side. For some reason, after hearing this news, the picture of the white-haired young man who left a lasting impression on him appeared inside his mind. He had a feeling that he was the one responsible for this despite not having any evidence. The question now is, why did he take the scripture? Could it be just like him, he wanted to have it just in case, or did he have someone precious to him that he wanted to revive? Wang Wei was a little frustrated as he did not have much information to go with. So, after taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he looked at all of them before saying, "It does not matter whether the Academy did it or not, as we can use this situation to our advantage. Wang Ju, tell my father to increase the rumors that the Academy killed Fan Li for his inheritance. This should be very beneficial to our plans." "No problem, young master." After that, Wang Wei looked at Li Jun. "Are you ready for the final round?" "You do need to worry, big brother. I guarantee you a spot on the top 30 with no problem." "It's good that you are confident, but be careful." "Why?" Well, I doubt that the Academy would let you easily enter the top 30 knowing that I want the token to enter the secret realm of the Dao tablets. Are you saying that the Academy would cheat? Asked Li Jun with an incredible look on his face. Despite how terrible the Academy's reputation is currently, he knew that it was just his big brother who smeared their names. Although the Academy is not full of saints and has done many terrible things, compared to many other factions, they are relatively fair, especially when it comes to the heaven-chosen selection trial. The Academy would never cheat, at least, there has never been a discovered case of cheating for millions of years. I do not know, replied Wang Wei. All I'm saying is that you should be more careful just in case. Li Jun nodded as he took these words to heart. He will be vigilant during all his matches. After seeing his little brother's change in attitude, Wang Wei secretly nodded in satisfaction. Well, if there is nothing to be further discussed, you call all leave. I have a date with the most beautiful woman in the world waiting for me. Big brother, do you have a date with Shishir? Yelled Li Jun in surprise. You cannot do that, Wu Hong's sister-in-law. Wang Wei looked at him with a speechless look, then smacked him in his head. What Shishir? I'm talking about Wu Hong. Oh, said Li Jun while scratching his head, and an embarrassment on his face. As he looked through the corner of his eyes, he saw Yen Liling gave him a look. Instantly, he could understand what that look meant. You, of all people, should not be talking about being faithful. So, he smiled wryly without looking at her. Chapter 244. A meeting of the upper echelons took place after news of Fan Li's death spread out quicker than any wildfires. All the teachers had a frown on their faces, rendering the atmosphere in the room quite somber and dreary. How is the situation? Asked Headmaster Bai Han after a while, finally breaking the silence and starting the meeting. As bad as one would expect, replied the teacher in charge of gathering information for the academy. The rumors that we killed Fan Li for his inheritance have dramatically increased. No doubt that the people of the Dao opening sect are using this opportunity to further ruin our reputation. On top of that, many factions have started to ask our academy for an explanation, putting pressure on us. So, what if they ask us for an explanation? Said one teacher. Since when has our academy ever been afraid of anyone? In many situations, this might be the case, but when all of them have the opportunity to ally to fight against us, adding the possibility that the Dao opening sect might join in the situation, there is really nothing we can do at this point. On top of that, many of our allies have started to doubt us, thinking that we are selfish for taking the inheritance for ourselves without giving them any benefits even though they supported us during our lowest point. Some of them have even threatened to stop supporting us if we do not give them a proper explanation. After hearing this explanation, a collective sigh could be heard inside the meeting room. This sigh symbolized all the grievances that these teachers have suffered in the past few decades. They wanted to lash out, but could not find a person or thing to lash out to, especially the person truly responsible for all their pain and suffering. After a few seconds of silence, Headmaster Bai Han asked, "Is there any good news at all?" Well, the only good news is the fact that no sect or faction has brought the possibility of an Emperor Dao war so far. Despite the rising tension, everything seemed to be under certain control. To be honest, Headmaster, I find this fact very disturbing. It was as if everybody was waiting for something, but I do not know what exactly. All the teachers had a serious look on their faces after hearing this. They did not doubt this teacher's words, as he was in charge of not just gathering information for the academy, but analyzing them as well. And until the recent events, he had been excellent at his job. He had been with the headmaster since they were young. And in many of his confrontations with the shadow of the Dao opening sect, his information has granted Bai Han many advantages over Wang Tian. As for Bai Han, he too believed in his agent's words, but since they could not discover any concrete evidence, nor was there any speculation of what truly was going on, he had to move on. Keep a lookout for any sudden change in the situation. Now, what about how the person who killed Fan Li? Do we have any clues whatsoever, especially how that person managed to disarm all the formations? The information-gathering teacher looked in a certain direction for a brief moment before answering the question. There lied a group of teachers that had strongly disagreed with Bai Han's decision to rig the competition. Ever since that event, there has been a little rift among the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. One of our teachers opened the formation for someone else. After an investigation, we discovered that the teacher had committed suicide while leaving a note claiming that the people of the Dao opening sect forced him. However, after betraying the academy, he felt ashamed of his actions, so he killed himself to atone for his sins. Was that person controlled? And how reliable is this suicide note? Asked Bai Han with a heavy tone. After our investigation, we could not determine whether he was under any spell or origin artifacts as his soul was annihilated. As for the note, there was no sign of tampering, meaning that the note was indeed written by the teacher. However, this note means nothing, replied Bai Han. Even if we were to announce it to the public, they will just think that we were trying to frame the Dao opening sect to get out of this sticky situation. Not to mention the fact that whoever did this is trying to further increase our conflict with the Dao opening sect. So, our academy lost a Saint Realm powerhouse, our reputation was further tarnished, and the whole world appeared to be our enemy. Yet, we cannot do anything about it? Asked one teacher. The room was once again covered by a depressing silence. The fact that what that person said was true and the fact that he stated such a fact as plainly and straightforward as possible made the entire situation even worse. What about divination? Could we divine the perpetrator? Or ask the Heaven Mystery Pavilion to do it for us? Said one person with hope and yearning. Divination did not have any result. As for the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, they said that they did not want to have anything to do with this situation. So, what do we do now? Asked one teacher with a weak and helpless voice. Unfortunately, no one answered him, not even Headmaster Bai Han. However, this time, the silence did not last long as one of the teachers in the faction that was opposing Bai Han slowly said, I think that there is plenty of room and time to salvage the situation. First, we could have the headmaster swear both a heavenly Dao oath and Dao oath that the academy did not have anything to do with Fan Li's death in front of the entire world. Second, we can pay certain remuneration to all our allies for the support they have given us during these stressful times. This act should greatly appease them and strengthen our alliance. Finally, we can talk to Sacred Son Wang Wei and the people of the Dao opening sect. We can agree to allow him to enter the secret realm of the 3,000 Dao tablets. We can even negotiate to give him as much time as the champion of the tournament. The room became silent again. This time the teachers were thinking about the feasibility of this plan, the positive and negative of doing such a thing. This plan is feasible. Although our Emperor Enlightening Academy would lose a lot of resources and a little bit of face, it will not affect us too much. Plus, if Lin Fan manages to prove the Dao, who would care about the little loss of face? So, I think the best solution is to go through this rough time as quickly as possible, then, later on, we can repay 100-fold all the humiliation we suffered. 1,000-fold would be better. I agree. Me too. The majority of people agreed with this plan. To be precise, the majority of people in the opposite faction agreed with this plan, especially since one of their own came up with it. So, after coming with a preliminary decision, they all looked at Headmaster Bai Han for his final decision. After all, he is the one who has the final say. I agree with your first 2 points, but Wang Wei cannot get access to the Dao tablets. Headmaster, this is not the time to be stubborn, yelled one teacher. Please place your personal feeling aside for the benefit of the academy. This is not about my personal feeling, replied Bai Han. It's just too late. The plan for Li Jun has already been set in motion. Ji Song has already got his hands on the demon god bone, so, it is too late to stop our actions. The people of the opposing factions looked at the stubborn Bai Han, then they looked at the people who supported him no matter what. hoping that someone with enough reason would try to persuade him. But it was useless as no one spoke. As a matter of fact, many people felt as indignant as Bai Han. After going through so much effort, after sacrificing so much, they did not want to stop their actions. They can agree for the academy to bow its head to the world, but not to a member of the younger generation no matter how talented he was. Maybe at first, these people supported Bai Han because they had faith in their leader or the fact that they were used to always supporting him. However, the recent events have changed their minds. Subconsciously, many people in Bai Han's faction blamed Wang Wei for all that has happened to them and the academy. Hence, the reason that they were adamant about stopping. After realizing the situation, the opposing faction sighed melancholy, but they did not say anything. So, the Academy's plan for the current situation was established. After the meeting, all the teachers went their separate ways. However, another secret meeting took place somewhere in the Academy. This time it was all the true monarchs who were meeting. "Have you guys noticed?" asked one of the true monarchs communicating through divine sense. "Yes, Bai Han and his supporters are enveloped by Qi of Calamity," replied one of the true monarch. "So, should we intervene?" Chapter 245. We can tell him about it, but I doubt it will make any difference. After all, Qi of Calamity has the ability to influence a cultivator's mind, replied one of the Supreme Realm true monarchs. We can place a seal to prevent other people from seeing it. After all, we do not want other factions to use this fact to their advantage. Plus, if Bai Han and his group can quickly awaken from this disaster, then their state of mind should sublimate. At that time, reaching the Supreme Realm will become easier. That's a good method. With this path of Supreme slowly opening up, this is the perfect time. So, all the true monarchs decided on the next step of action. However, one person, Qiu Jinlin Fan's Dao Protector said, "None of that truly matters as long as this Qi of Calamity does not force Bai Han to start an Emperor Dao war on a whim. What I really care about is the reason for such a thing to happen. Isn't it obvious? Heavenly Dao used the Qi of Calamity to clout Bai Han's mind, thus making him act irrationally, thus ensuring that he remains Wang Wei's enemy despite the fact that bowing his head would be the wisest and best choice in this situation," said one of the true monarch. "That's correct. If this was the normal Bai Han, he would never act in such a way." Another person. "I know all of this," replied Qiu Jin. "The issue is why Heavenly Dao did this? Have you guys noticed that in this generation, the amount of time that Heavenly Dao intervened is quite high, especially the secret schemes? All of us here have lived for a very long time, but in our generation, I doubt that Heavenly Dao intervened even once except for granted merits. Even then, it did not really show up, but the mechanism that is responsible for granting the merit merely activated itself once the requirements were met. But in this generation, Heavenly Dao showed many times. And most of the time, it involved that sacred son Wang Wei. What I want to know is why. As Supreme Realm powerhouses, they are beings closest to the Dao. So, they can feel that Heavenly Dao does not really like Wang Wei. As a matter of fact, even the true monarchs of the Dao opening sect have also started to notice something wrong. But they have not completely figured out the reason yet. Maybe it has to do with the fact he brought divine punishment thunder a few years ago? Or maybe because of his soul. That thing is not natural. Maybe things are not that simple, said one of the true monarchs. Maybe we should go over the secret archives of the Academy and see if we can discover something. Agree. Agree. After everyone came to a decision, the meeting came to an end. However, one person still had something else to say. According to this situation, we might have to intervene in the control of the Academy. The conversation became silent. After a while, someone said, according to our previous agreement, we would not intervene in the Academy's management unless necessary, otherwise a power imbalance could be created, leading to infighting. Now, things have not reached such a level yet. All the other true monarchs nodded in acknowledgement. The truth of the matter is that this generation was a strange one. According to precedent, all the previous headmasters, great teachers, and elder teachers were supposed to be in the supreme realm. As for the position of supreme elder or supreme teacher, this was a position or title reserved to the Dao ancestors and immortal venerables of the Academy. Unfortunately, the path of supreme was cut off in the last generation, making it impossible for the younger generations to reach similar height in cultivation level as the older generation. Nevertheless, the older generation were old and weary, and in order for any factions to improve and move forwards, they needed the younger generation to take charge. After noticing that there was no way to actually become true monarch, the older generation realized that if they keep holding the power of their factions without passing it on, an imbalance of power might occur and the younger generation might become resentful. This was not conducive for the future development of their factions. So, all of them came to the same decision: they will take a supporting role while giving all the power of their factions to the young generation. Hence the reason that Saint Realm true persons like Wang Tian and Bai Han are in charge of their own factions despite their lack of cultivation. As for the older generation like Wang Chang and Qiu Jin, they decided to only interfere when absolutely necessary. Inside a plain and simple residence with few decorations. Bai Han had just returned to his residence when he received a notice from true monarch Qiu Jin to come see him. Albeit a little surprised and confused by the sudden visit, he still prepared tea to properly welcome the true monarch. Although Bai Han used to be a true monarch as well, since he was not currently, he still had to give the necessary respect. "What? Am enveloped by Qi of Calamity," yelled Bai Han with great surprise. Then, instantly, he started using a secret technique. Immediately, he noticed a red hue hovering around his head, making his face very ugly. As for Qiu Jin, he was a little surprised at Bai Han's technique. It must be a very powerful one to be able to notice the Qi of Calamity in the Saint Realm, especially since it allows Bai Han to see his own Qi of Calamity. The odd thing about Qi of Calamity is that other powerful people can see it on other people, but it is extremely difficult to notice it on themselves, making it very difficult to deal with. "What are you going to do now?" asked Qiu Jin calmly. Bai Han's face became ugly after hearing this. He started to think about his next step of action. A part of him told him to stop his action against Wang Wei as he is just being used as heavenly Daoist pawn. Another part of him is telling him that he has come so far, and he is so close to succeed, so there is no need to stop. As for the Qi of Calamity, it just brought the deep desire inside his heart and had little effect on him. Sweat started to fall down from Bai Han's forehead, drenching his clothes wet. One of his eyes twitched constantly without stopping. After more than 3 hours, Bai Han sighed before saying, "The plan will continue." "Is that so?" replied Qiu Jin calmly without any surprise in his face, as he knew that this was the horror of Qi of Calamity. Even if someone knew that their mind was being influenced, they could not do anything about it. It takes a lot of effort and a very powerful state of mind to get rid of the influence of the Qi of Calamity. And sometimes, this was not even enough. "So be it," replied Qiu Jin. After sealing the Qi of Calamity from Bai Han to prevent other people from noticing it, he left without saying anything else. Qiu Jin and the other true monarch did not really care about the situation. As long as the Academy had them and the sleeping ancestors, then nothing would truly happen besides maybe being forced to close their door for a while. As for Bai Han, if he can go through this catastrophe, his mind will sublimate and set a powerful foundation for his path of supreme. If he fails, then he might lose everything. Just like that, a few days passed by. The day of the final round of the tournament began. Just like the first round, Bai Han appeared in front of all the people watching to introduce the event. However, he did not immediately do so, but instead started to swear to heaven and earth and to the Tao that he and the Academy had nothing to do with Fan Li's death. While Bai Han was doing his little speech, inside the D family's floating booth, Di Tian had a frown on his face as his eyes laid on Bai Han. Qi of Calamity? I remember the last time that I encountered this thing was during the incense era. These bald Buddhist monks were covered from head to toe with that thing, it made them totally crazy. These monks' pursuit of the power of incense became a destructive obsession. They were willing to do anything and kill anyone in their pursuit of faith. Now that I think about it, the absolute beginning emperor might have been affected by that thing too, otherwise it could not explain his obsession to eradicate Buddhism altogether. After thinking about this for a moment, Di Tian sneered, it all made sense now. Heavenly Tao probably did not want the myriad emperor world to turn into a civilization of faith under the power of Buddhism, so it secretly planned their destruction. Using Qi of Calamity on the entire Buddhist sect led to them offending so many people in their pursuit of faith. All it had to do was wait for someone that had the talent to become an eternal emperor and had a deep grudge with Buddhism. Then, by using that same Qi of Calamity, it can make that person completely eradicate the faith-based Buddhism. Unfortunately, even Heavenly Tao miscalculated the hatred that the absolute beginning emperor had and the power of Qi of Calamity. Buddhism as a sect is very beneficial to any civilization as it can bring peace and enlightening of the mind, only the faith aspect was detrimental. I'm guessing that Heavenly Tao only wanted that aspect to be eradicated, leaving the other part intact, but the Qi of Calamity might have affected the absolute beginning emperor beyond its calculation, leading to him completely eradicating Buddhism from the lower dimension. Chapter 246. While Di Tian instantly took notice of the Qi of Calamity around Bai Han despite the seal of the true monarchs, another person also noticed something odd, Wang Wei. Inside the booth of the Tao opening sect, when he first saw Bai Han, he had a feeling that something was wrong, but he did not know what it was. He seemed to see something around the headmaster, but he could not truly see it after concentrating. So, he activated his true eye ability and saw a red hue floating around Bai Han's head, then he frowned while pondering what this thing was as it was not here before. Noticed it? Asked Wu Hong, who was sitting next to him. Yes, nodded Wang Wei. What is it? Or is this another secret that I should not know? Not really, replied Wu Hong. That thing is called Qi of Calamity, although a rare thing, but knowledge of it is very common among powerful beings. So, what exactly is it? Wu Hong paused for a moment to gather her thoughts. To put it simply, Qi of Calamity is the most powerful weapon that Heavenly Tao used when manipulating others. Its main purpose is to affect a person's mind and make them act irrational, stupid, or out of character. A perfect example when Qi of Calamity is often used is when dealing with childs of destiny. Every time they meet an opponent, Heavenly Tao would often use the Qi of Calamity to influence their enemy. That way, they will act stupidly. Their enemies, instead of using all their strength to eradicate these childs of destiny, they will send a person only one stage or realm higher than the child of destiny, basically giving them the chance to survive and break through in cultivating realm while fighting. Then their enemy will send a slightly more powerful person than the first, and the process will repeat itself until the child of destiny reaches the strength to completely eradicate their enemy. Of course, this kind of treatment is only for the children of destiny of powerful worlds on the level of Heaven-will world. Additionally, this kind of Qi of Calamity is actually very easy to guard against. Wang Wei nodded, then he asked, are you saying that Qi of Calamity has different ranks or levels? Yes. And at the highest level, even you will not be spared, replied Wu Hong while looking deeply into Wang Wei's eyes. He immediately understood what she was trying to say. The highest level of Qi of Calamity can even affect paragons, hence even he could be affected by it one day if he is not careful. Immediately he took this information more seriously. I understand. Is there anything else? Yes, replied Wu Hong. Actually, the main purpose of Qi of Calamity is to induce the Great Calamity of Heaven and Earth, or the Great Purge, as it is often referred to by many other worlds. Wang Wei frowned as he remembered that he read about such a thing in the sect's library. Isn't the great calamity of heaven and earth the process by which a world decided to kill the majority of its inhabitants due to the issue of overpopulation? That is correct. When the amount of cultivators in a world is too large, the level of spiritual qi between heaven and earth will decrease dramatically with so many people using it. At that time, the world will be on the verge of being demoted. For example, a great thousand world will turn into a middle thousand world. After reaching that point, heavenly Tao will intervene to keep the balance of the world. By enveloping the entire world with qi of calamity and influencing the mind of all the cultivators, conflict will erupt throughout the entire world, leading to all cultivators killing one another. Then, heavenly Tao will decompose the bodies of these cultivators and replenish the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. By then, both the population and spiritual qi problem will be solved. Wang Wei sighed as he muttered to himself, cultivators absorb spiritual qi in order to one day become immortal and escape the shackles of death. If they fail, then their bodies will decompose and return to the embrace of Mother Nature, replenishing heaven and earth. What a horrifying and beautiful cycle. True, responded Wu Hong as she also sighed. How many people can become immortal? In each generation, there are probably a handful. Meanwhile, the number of cultivators are in the trillions. The terrible thing about this situation is that even if a person knows about this, there is nothing they can do besides fighting to be the few that actually become immortal. I was wondering, has there been a time that the myriad emperor world suffered a great purge? Asked Wang Wei curiously. It actually happened twice. Twice? Yes. Once during the Null Era, and the second time during the Middle Emperor Era. Wang Wei was slightly surprised. He could understand how such a thing happened in the Void Era, but he could not understand what this has to do with the Middle Emperor Era. If such a thing occurred, he would have known that this era was very recent compared to the others. Wu Hong noticed his surprise, so she explained, I will talk about the Middle Emperor Era later. First, I will explain the general situation of the Primordial Era so that you can understand the entire situation. Then, she proceeded to tell him about the situation of the primordial gods and innate demons, and the birth of the human race. Finally, she reached the point where the leader of these powerful races discovered the future destruction of their entire races and the rise of humanity. So, what happened after that? Asked Wang Wei. What do you think? After pondering a while, he replied, given the fact that the first heaven will appear in the Emperor beginning era and the first person to crown itself Great Emperor is a human, I'm guessing that Heavenly Tao intervened again and sided with humans. That thing seemed to be everywhere. A contemptuous sneer could be seen on his face. You are correct, replied Wu Hong. Heavenly Tao did not want the primordial gods or innate demons as the main races of this world. Despite how powerful they were, these races were very rigid and slow in their development, not to mention their horrible reproductive ability. Meanwhile, humans as the first acquired race had unlimited potential despite their weakness at birth. With their rapid reproductive ability and an unnatural talent for comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, humans were the perfect race to lead the myriad emperor world who was called innate demon god world back then. So, Heavenly Tao secretly helped the race from facing extinction at the hands of the powerful primordial gods and innate demons. It created a child of destiny that would lead the human race from their demise. Are you talking about the first great emperor of this world, the one who created the beginning emperor era, the heaven-opening emperor? Asked Wang Wei. That's right. The heaven-opening emperor was the chosen one. During his time, the human race was constantly being hunted down, and the only reason that some tribes were saved was because they were protected by other more peaceful primordial gods and innate demons who did not agree with their leaders' decisions. As for the heaven-opening emperor, he was truly a lucky person. It turns out that the primordial god that protected the human tribe he was born in actually fell in love with him. So, they begin a relationship. However, the heaven-opening emperor was not only a cunning individual, but also a very ambitious one. During his relationship with her, he secretly studied her body composition. Given the fact that primordial gods were essentially gigantic human beings, the first emperor believed that by studying their body composition, he could create a cultivation method perfectly suited for humans, and he succeeded. Wang Wei was suddenly interested. A cultivation system that existed before the origin path system? Can you tell me about it? Well, that system was actually very similar to your ancient desolate body refining scripture, except not as much detail. Due to the vast amount of spiritual qi that existed at that time, cultivation was easier and the talent of humans was much better. The system invited by the first emperor allowed humans to create a powerful body like primordial gods through breathing spiritual qi between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, only a few talented people could actually reach the level of primordial gods. Wuhan paused for a moment before saying, "If you are interested, I can give you a copy of the cultivation system that existed back then. However, if I were you, I would wait until you cultivate the ancient desolate scripture to the highest level, then use these techniques as reference to further perfect it and even make it more powerful." Wang Wei nodded as he accepted her advice, then he asked, "What happened after the first emperor created this new cultivation system?" Chapter 247. Of course, the first emperor secretly spread it to the human tribes in an attempt for the human race to rise against their oppressors, replied Wu Hong. Unfortunately for him, the vast difference between the human race and primordial races was simply too great. Wang Wei nodded before saying with a sneer, "I can guess what happened next. Heavenly Tao interfered again, didn't?" "That's correct." Wang Wei snorted. This thing seemed to be everywhere. Wu Hong just gave a side look before continuing, knowing that the future of the world lied with the human race. Heavenly Tao then created the first heaven will, and basically granted it to the first emperor. That way, the heaven-opening emperor not only became the first great emperor of this world, but also the first eternal emperor. Wang Wei was not surprised that the first emperor was an eternal emperor, and this was not because he was the first person to become a great emperor. After hearing the term eternal emperor, he did some research on these individuals, especially the most recent of them, the Heaven Devourer Emperor. One thing that he noticed was that eternal emperors seemed to have some ability of being omnipresent. For example, although all the cultivators in the world tried to erase the Heaven Devourer Emperor from the historical records, everyone still knows that he is a great emperor. As long as a cultivator reached a certain level of cultivation, it seemed that they would instantly know that this great emperor existed. It was like he was unforgettable, or that his existence was forever ingrained in the annals of history, for eternity. The same thing can be said about the heaven-opening emperor. Every cultivator in the world knows that he was the first great emperor in the world and started the era of emperor in this world without anyone even telling them. Another example of this phenomena that Wang Wei noticed was regarding dragons and phoenixes. Every time he reads any records regarding these creatures, he will instinctively know that they were innate creatures that once lived in the primordial era. After reining in his thoughts, Wang Wei then asked, "What happened next?" "I'm guessing that being an eternal emperor, the heaven-opening emperor led the human race from the oppression of the other races?" Wu Hong paused for a moment, then she said, "Unfortunately, you are wrong. Even being an eternal emperor could not save the human race, at least on its own. The leaders of the primordial races were not in any way inferior to an eternal emperor. Not to mention the patriarch of the dragon race, Qilin race, white tiger race and the matriarch of the phoenix, which were the leaders of the innate demon race, were also on par with an eternal race." Wang Wei was a little surprised. It seems that my previous notion of eternal emperors being invincible among other great emperors and beings on that level might be wrong. So, what happened next? Obviously the human race survived somehow, so how did it happen? Well, after the first emperor proved the Tao, heavenly Tao kept lowering heaven will after a certain period of time, thus creating many great emperors for the human race. "Wait, you mean?" asked Wang Wei with an incredible look on his face. "That's correct. The beginning emperor era was an age where many great emperors walked the world at the same time, replied Wu Hong calmly. After taking a few seconds to process this news, he asked, "None of them, you know," then he motioned his head upward. Back then, the concept of ascension was not very prevailing due to the fact that the spiritual qi between heaven and earth was very abundant, thus allowing these great emperors to cultivate with a peace of mind. Additionally, the human race needed their support and help. So, only a few of them actually left. Wang Wei sighed as he imagined what it would be like to live in a world where so many great emperors walked the world and competed with another. Well, maybe in the future, he still has the chance. Then, a question suddenly appeared in his mind: what about Dao ancestors and immortal venerables? Did these existences exist back then? Yes, replied. The realm of Dao Ancestor was created based on the existence of Plain Lord, while immortal venerables are nothing but a sublimation of a cultivator's internal qi or energy into a higher form. Plain Lord? If I remember correctly, these should be individuals born in great thousand worlds who actually swallowed the heavenly Dao of their worlds and became the sole controller. Are they related to Dao ancestors? However, the information I read about them was very vague, thought Wang Wei to himself. Back then, the great emperors created these methods after traveling to other world communities in order to create emperor-level strength for the human race without the heaven will. To be exact, they just copied these systems from other worlds, modified it a little and gave it their own name, continued Wu Hong without stopping. Wang Wei nodded. However, he knew that things were not that simple. According to historical records, his ancestor Emperor Qiyuan is credited with creating both the path of Dao Ancestor and the path of immortality. However, according to Wu Hong, these paths seem to have long existed before then. So, there must be either something shady about this, or some great secret. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not ask. He was already receiving too much information in just a few minutes, so there was no need to acquire more. Furthermore, he still would like to discover some of these secrets on his own. For example, according to Wu Hong, there may have been world communities born before this one, meaning that there were heaven will world born or created way before the myriad emperor world, and even developed civilization way before them. Although Wang Wei did not know how ancient his own world or community was compared to the others, he still wanted to find out, especially given his future plans after becoming a great emperor. This kind of information might be useful. All of these thoughts appeared less than a millisecond from his mind, so he continued his conversation. Why didn't any of the primordial gods or innate demons also acquire a heaven will and become a great emperor? That's because heavenly Dao played a little trick on the heaven will, replied Wu Hong. Of course it did. Ignoring his remark, Wu Hong continued, it added a condition to the heaven will: only acquired lifeforms could use it, thus prevented both the primordial gods and innate demons who were innate lifeforms from being able to use it, even if they acquired one. However, none of these two races gave up, especially the innate demons race. So, they came together to create an acquired race. By constantly degrading their own bloodlines, they were able to create what we now know as the demon race. This explains how the demon race's cultivation system involves slowly purifying their own bloodline, thought Wang Wei. The innate demon race's plan was to use the demon race to compete for the heaven will, thus lowering the overall strength of their races. At first, their plan succeeded as many demon races actually became great emperors. However, under the machination of the human race great emperors, the demon race eventually betrayed their own creators, then joined the human race side. Wang Wei nodded, not surprised by that outcome. Then came the Null Era. After both the human race and the demon race concluded that they had enough strength to fight these innate races, they started an earth-shaking, heaven-shattering war. As a matter of fact, neither of these two fighting factions knew beforehand how great that war would become, and the lasting impact that it would have. What do you mean? Asked Wang Wei with a concentrated look on his face. What I mean was that the scope of this war was beyond these factions' wildest imagination. Although the war started from our world, it soon spread to countless world communities until the entire lower dimension was engulfed in war. The war soon turned into acquired lifeforms against innate lifeforms. Lower dimensions? Is that the name for the entire endless void? Does that mean that the world that all great emperors go to is considered a higher dimension? Secretly thought Wang Wei. Then, he saw a fading smirk from Wu Hong's mouth, and he realized that she was testing what kind of information she was allowed to secretly say to him without arousing the awareness of that powerful and noble will. As a matter of fact, continued Wu Hong as if nothing happened. This war was actually a major plot. Someone or something did not want these innate lifeforms to continue living in the lower dimension, so they used this war as a way to remove them. After these innate lifeforms lost the war, the remaining survivors left. The record of their existence was mostly purged, hence the reason that there was little to no history or records left from before the Null Era. As a matter of fact, one day when you travel across many world communities, you will discover that many worlds have a similar blank period in their history. In most cases, it means that it pertains to the innate acquired war. Wang Wei did not ask who was the person plotting all of this, as he could guess that this was probably information that she could not say in any way, shape or form, so he asked something else. I have a question about something you mentioned regarding eternal EMP. His words stopped midway as he noticed something strange happening on the Heaven Chosen selection trial. Chapter 248. A few minutes ago, while Wang Wei and Wu Hong were distracted talking to one another, Headmaster Bai Han appeared in front of all the people watching the tournament. He first swore to Heavenly Dao and his own Dao that the Academy has nothing to do with Fan Li's affairs, then he started introducing the rules of the tournament. Due to the fact that the professional champions are not allowed in the top 30 in this year's tournament, the rules are a little different. There are currently 1920 participants in the final round. Each participant will face a randomly selected opponent. The winner will move on to the next round, while the loser will be eliminated. This process will continue until the top 30 Heaven Chosen is selected. Now, let the final round of the Heaven Chosen selection trial begins. After Bai Han made the announcement, he returned to the floating booth of the Emperor Enlightening Academy with all the other teachers. During the process, he started thinking to himself, hopefully, this move can buy some breathing room for the Academy. As for the Chi of Calamity, it is obvious that Heavenly Dao is using my projected hatred for Wang Wei to ensure that I become his enemy. However, as long as I manage to prevent him from entering the secret realm of the Dao tablets, I can find a way to remove it. After thinking about this, Bai Han sighed deeply. If I still had my original body with my father's protection, I would never be so easily affected by Chi of Calamity. Well, there is no need to lament about the past now. Since I have decided to completely cut off my past, then I should have no regrets. After Bai Han returned to his booth, the majestic fighting ring in the middle of the large stadium was divided into many different rings. In each ring, there was a projected screen made of arrays that showed two numbers which represent the participants chosen to fight one another, as they all had to randomly choose a number before the final round began. The audience surrounding the fighting rings had a giant projected screen that showed all the battles simultaneously, so that they could either watch everyone at once, or focus on a particular participant. All the people watching the tournament remotely also had similar divided screens like the members of the audiences. Inside the floating booths, each person had their own personal divided screen with all the participants. However, this particular one had the ability to only show one match based on the choice of the user. While Wu Hong and Wang Wei were talking, they ignored the screen as they were too focused on their discussion even when Li Jun's fight began. Holding his trusted spear, Li Jun walked to one of the fighting rings after his name was chosen. After only waiting for a few seconds, his opponent also appeared in front of him. It was a beautiful girl with a blue dress and a shy look on her face. However, despite her appearance, she had a firm determination in her eyes. Taking a brief moment to recall all the information he read about all the participants of this tournament, he recognized her as a genius from a holy land in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. Li Jun secretly sighed as he acknowledged that she was either very lucky or very talented to reach the final round based on her background. Nevertheless, this will not change the fact that she had reached the end of the road after meeting him. His big brother had given him a mission to get one of the top 30 spots, and nothing or no one could stop him from fulfilling his mission. So, as soon as the battle began, Li Jun did not say anything to his opponent, he directly attacked her. Holding his spear in his hand, Li Jun threw it with all of his strength, turning it into a red light that flew straight to the Holy Land genius. However, she was not to be underestimated. As a person who made it to the final round, she was one of the people who fought against the seeded players and survived. Although she no longer had the advantage of large numbers, she would not give up so easily. So, with a wave of her hand, a group of metal gates appeared in front of her as a form of protection. Unfortunately, the gates could only stop the spear for a brief moment before they were pierced one by one. Fortunately, she only needed this brief pause to move out of the way of the spear, thus dodging the attack. After seeing this, Li Jun made a grabbing motion with his hand, then his spear disappeared from the distance before appearing in his hand. Then, he made a circular motion with the spear while holding it with one hand. Following which, more than 10 spears materialized in front of him, an act which made the Holy Land genius face become very ugly. Without hesitation, she encased herself in a very dense spherical metal shield. Her actions were correct. As soon as she finished, the first spear hit her. Immediately, she coughed a big mouthful of blood. Although she managed to defend the attack, the aftershock still penetrated her defense and injured her. Then, her nightmare began. Boom! 9 explosions followed the 9 spears as they attacked her metal shield. A cloud of dust enveloped her following the explosions, thus impeding the sight of the audience. Few seconds after the dust was swept away by the blowing wind, the Holy Land genius could be seen. She was half kneeling on the ground with blood all over her body and partly destroyed clothes. Her hair was messy, and pieces of metals could be seen scattered next to her. She struggled to get up from her floor, but she was incapable of doing so. Li Jun frowned after seeing this, then he said, "You should give up this fight. There is no need to risk your life for a battle that you know you will lose." However, she did not immediately answer him as a metal rod appeared in her hand, which she used as support to get up from the ground. "You do not understand," she replied with a firm determination on her face. "I have too many people counting on me, I cannot fail now." As she said these words, she gave a brief glance at a particular glance in the audience where a group of disciples were looking at her with both worry and encouraging eyes. Everyone who can reach this level in the tournament has some sort of emotional support or conviction driving them forwards, replied Li Jun calmly. This does not change the fact that you are weak and unable to win this battle. However, if you give up and save your life, then you still have a chance in the future. After all, one failure does not mean everything. Unfortunately, she ignored his warning, her metal rod turned red as if wanting to melt. However, the metal still remained in the shape of a rod, just giving up a powerful heat. After seeing this, Li Jun sighed, but did not say anything more. He moved his body, and to the Holy Land genius' horror, Li Jun instantly appeared in front of her. Before she could even react, a spear pierced her heart and completely annihilated it. She vomited a big mouthful of blood that landed all over Li Jun's spear. She had an incredible look on face for a moment, then she fell on her back, blood splattered all over the arena. Until the end, she could not understand how she lost so easily. Her last thoughts before dying were, "Is the difference between ordinary geniuses and these heaven-chosen so vast? I am not willing, I am not willing." As for Li Jun, he just looked at her for a brief moment before leaving the fighting ring. He had already given his opponent the chance to retreat intact. Since she was willing to fight for her conviction, then she was also willing to die for it. The path of cultivation has never been a peaceful one, let alone for the heaven-chosens treading on the path of emperor. Just like that, after a few hours, the first group match ended, and only 960 participants left. Just like that, the tournament continued for a few days, and Li Jun easily beat most of his opponents until there were only 60 people left. Li Jun was excited as he needed only one more win to enter the top 30 and acquire the token that granted him access to the 3,000 Dao tablets. Then, his big brother can use it to further his path of the Emperor. Li Jun was standing in one of the arena waiting for his next opponent with a little excitement deep in his eyes. However, when he saw the person who showed up, he said with a grave voice, "It's you." Chapter 249. Across from Li Jun stood a beautiful girl dressed in a golden dress, with a phoenix crown on her head. She had the majesty of a powerful empress who looked down on myriad beings, and the pride of a heavenly peacock who cannot bear to be stained by mortal dust. This goddess did not expect to meet you so soon. Very well, this goddess can finally have her revenge, said the beautiful woman with a voice full of loftiness and aloofness. Feng Lijuan, said Li Jun with deep furrow brows. He knew that there was a hidden rule that none of the seeded players would meet before the final 30 rounds, but he actually met one beforehand. Thinking about Wang Wei's warning before the battle, Li Jun could guess that something shady had taken place. However, he was not afraid. Revenge? Since I defeated you once, I can do it a second time, replied Li Jun with a sneer on his face. However, Feng Lijuan just smirked without saying anything. Nevertheless, a powerful confidence could be seen radiating from her body. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who was talking with Wu Hong, noticed Li Jun's opponent, and like the latter, he came to the conclusion that something odd was going for Feng Lijuan to become Li Jun's opponent right before he could qualify for a spot on the top 30. Inside the Emperor Enlightening Academy's booth, all the teachers watched this battle with bated breath. One of them checked the formation to make sure that they had no problem, then he asked, "Headmaster, is it appropriate to use Feng Lijuan as an opponent? After all, Li Jun already defeated her once." "You do not need to worry," replied Bai Han. "The reason that I chose Feng Lijuan instead of the more powerful Heaven Chosens is to not attract too much attention to ourselves. Additionally, she is not the same as back in the Divine Altar realm." Of course Bai Han did not tell the whole truth. He had something else prepared just in case something went wrong. However, the other teachers did not know this. Nevertheless, after seeing the headmaster's confidence, they were relieved. After all, they've spent so much on this tournament, even risking destroying the Academy's million of years of reputation, well, to be precise, the reputation of fairness that they still hold to this day. Back to the fighting arena, both Li Jun and Feng Lijuan prepared for their rematch. Without hesitation or pausing, Li Jun went on the offensive. Spears started to appear around him. Unlike his battle with the Holy Land genius, there were not only 10 spears, but hundreds, thousands even. With unmatched speed, they rushed towards Feng Lijuan, wishing to completely annihilate her. The sound of the air breaking could be heard as these thousands of spears broke the speed of sound. A powerful explosion kilometers in diameter occurred at their landing spots. Fortunately, powerful arrays manifested in the arena to contain the battle, else the audience would be affected. Despite the fact that his attack seemed to have worked, Li Jun was not happy as he could tell that something was wrong. Everything was too easy. So, he immediately used his divine sense to locate Feng Lijuan's location, but he did not find anything. Suddenly, Li Jun felt a killing intent right next to him, so he immediately ducked to the side. Unfortunately, he was too late and a crystal pierced straight into his body. Turning his head, he saw Feng Lijuan was calmly standing next to him, and he did not even notice how she got there. Before he got time to think or act, he felt another killing intent and dodged again, but his right leg was still stabbed. Knowing that the situation was dire for him, Li Jun mobilized all the strength of his divine sense to try to sense his opponent's attack, and for a brief moment, he was successful. By pinpointing the killing intent, he was able to deduce the location and timing of the attack. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan frowned after noticing this, using the killing intent to determine my next attack? What if the killing intent also becomes invisible? Then, a crystal spear penetrated Li Jun's lungs, and he discovered that he could no longer anticipate his opponent's move. So, without hesitation, he activated his innate talent. Countless runes or origin patterns appeared all over his body like tattoos, then a large army made of soldiers in red armors appeared in front of him. Without saying anything, they form a formation that encases Li Jun into a dome made of soldiers. With a wave of his hand, he summoned another group of soldiers. However, as soon as these one appeared, they turned into a river of blood that was swallowed by Li Jun, healing all his injuries. As for Fang Lijuan, she was calm during the whole situation, not even bothering to stop Li Jun's action. With a random wave of her hand, countless of the summoned soldiers suddenly had their throats cut, blood spewing all over the arena as they died without even knowing the cause. Li Jun's face became ugly after seeing this. His growing innate talent allowed him to summon soldiers to fight for him, but the number was not unlimited. As a matter of fact, it requires souls as sacrifice. Luckily for him, his talent allowed him to use the soul of the fallen soldiers in the location he was. For example, he could use the souls of all the people who died in the location of the Emperor Enlightening Academy throughout all of history. Unfortunately for him, his cultivation level did not allow him to control so many souls. In the Dao opening sect's booth, Wang Wei and Wu Hong were watching the battle. "Have you noticed?" she asked. Wang Wei nodded as he responded, "I cannot believe that she can have such a level of fortunate encounter during the Qi luck trial." He paused for a brief moment before continuing, "Damn that Long Outyin. If I knew he had something like that, I would have personally hunted him down." "Who's Long Outyin?" asked Wu Hong in confusion. "A very lucky son of destiny. Well, I guess given his terrible ending, he is not so lucky after all." Wu Hong nodded, but did not ask any further question. She did not care for such a little and insignificant character. Meanwhile, in the battle, Li Jun's condition was not so good. A lot of his soldiers were lying dead on the floor, and his body was full of injuries. His summoning could not keep up with Fang Lijuan's mysterious attack. Additionally, he was still trying to discover what method she used. Only by constantly swallowing the blood of his fallen soldiers that he was able to keep this battle going on. Suddenly, an idea came to Li Jun's mind. He looked at Fang Lijuan before saying, "You have possession of one of the 12 ancestral talismans, it should be the invisible talisman." "Oh, this goddess is surprised that you figured it out so quickly." "You are correct, this goddess was fortunate enough to acquire one of the 12 ancestral talismans." Li Jun secretly sighed on how lucky she was. The only reason he could figure it out so quickly was because he too was interested in these talismans, especially the war talisman, so he did his research. According to his knowledge, the 12 ancestral talismans were created by the talisman ancestor back in the ancient emperor era. Although the talisman ancestor or Fuyuan emperor was not the most powerful amongst the other ancestors' formation, pill, etc., he had the greatest impact. After proving the Tao, the talisman ancestor created 12 extremely powerful talismans that were essentially a prototype of an entire Tao, scattered them throughout the world in hopes that destined people can find them and complete them, turning them from prototypes into perfect Taos. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor world, anyone who acquired one of the ancestral talismans and managed to unleash their true powers had a great impact on the world, with many even becoming great emperors themselves. By this current era, only a few of the talismans were still not found, including the invisible talisman in Fang Lijuan's hand, and the war talisman that Li Jun was after. The invisible talisman was famous because of the words that the talisman ancestor said after creating it. According to her, the highest level of this talisman can allow a cultivator to reach a state of being unknown to death, nor known to life. All these thoughts only took less than a millisecond to flash across Li Jun's mind. Then he asked, "Even if you acquire the invisible talisman, you should not be this powerful." Fang Lijuan smiled coldly as she answered, that's because this goddess managed to comprehend the Tao and the talisman, absorb it into my bloodline to break the shackles of the ancestors. Now, with this goddess having her own Tao, it is possible for me to bear the heaven will. Additionally, this goddess is perfectly aware of the fact that you are trying to stall for time, but it will not change anything. Chapter 250. Li Jun shook his head after hearing this, then he replied, "No matter how strong you become or how you broke the shackles of your bloodline, the arrogance of the divine clan embedded deep in your soul cannot be changed." Then, he waved his hand to summon countless soldiers. This time around, the number was immediately 3 to 5 times greater than previously. Immediately afterwards, all these soldiers suddenly committed suicide. Countless bodies laid in the ground, turning the arena crimson red. Then, under the control of Li Jun, countless red lights which were in fact slaughter chi came from these dead soldiers' bodies, condensed into the form of a blade, a slaughter blade. Fang Lijuan frowned after seeing this as she felt an immense threat from that blade. Without hesitation, she disappeared from her spot. Unfortunately for her, the blade seemed to have a powerful lock on her. As soon as she disappeared and prepared to attack again, Li Jun just randomly waved his blade, then a powerful slash headed straight to Fang Lijuan's position. Knowing the danger of such a powerful attack, she instantly wrapped herself in a green crystal that blocked the attack. The odd thing was that she was still invisible to most people in the audience, including Li Jun himself. All he did was wave his slaughter blade, and the attack will head directly to Fang Lijuan's direction. Boom! 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 Countless explosions occurred in the arena as Li Jun kept waving his blade. Knowing that the situation could not go on like this, Fang Lijuan used her divine sense to try to discover what this blade was using to track her whereabouts. After spending a few seconds, she discovered that the blade was locking on the slaughter chi in her body. As a cultivator, she has killed many people, as such, accumulated a lot of slaughter chi. Some hidden so deeply that she was not even aware of their existence. After discovering the problem, Fang Lijuan set out to deal with it quickly and efficiently. She first expelled the slaughter chi out of her body. Unfortunately, some of them were too deeply rooted to the point of even attaching to her soul. Then, a mysterious power came from her blood and entered these difficult chi. Instantly, they disappeared, became invisible. Meanwhile, Li Jun, who had just used a random slash from his blade, had an ugly look on his face, and it was not because his attack did not find his opponent this time. It was because he discovered that his origin essence was less than it should be. His big brother once told him that his control of origin chi was terrible, and Li Jun took this comment to heart. So, he spent many years practicing control over his own internal energy. He knows with perfect clarity how much he uses in every attack. However, now, he discovered that the amount was less than it should. Knowing that something was wrong, Li Jun used another random slash while taking very close attention to his origin essence. It was then that he discovered that a small percentage of his origin essence mysteriously disappeared from his divine sea, without his consent or knowledge of where it went. What is going on? Thought Li Jun to himself. Unfortunately for him, he did not have a lot of time to ponder the answer to this question. Without the blade's ability to locate her, Fang Lijuan once again went on the offensive. With a wave of her hand, countless clear crystals appeared around Li Jun, then they started to gather energy like an energy cannon from a sci-fi movie. Then, with absolute speed, they rushed towards Li Jun. The latter, who still could not see these crystals, felt the threat of death rapidly approaching him. So, he instantly enveloped himself with a blood-red shield or dome. Unfortunately for him, this move did little to help except for increasing the rate at which he lost his origin essence. Meanwhile, in the D family's floating booth, D Tian looked at the battle with a calm look on his face, then he muttered with a sneer on his face, "I cannot believe that the academy has resulted in using such a method. This Bai Han is nothing like his father. Anyway, his actions are beneficial to me, so why should I complain?" Inside the Dao opening sect's floating booth, Wang Wei looked at the battle with a frown on his face. Instinctively, he felt that something was wrong, but he could not wrap his head around what it was. So, he immediately activated his true vision ability, so he instantly noticed that Li Jun's origin essence was diminishing at an alarming rate. But, he could not find the reason. What's going on? He muttered to himself. The absorbing origin formation, replied Wu Hong. It's a quasi-emperor grade formation that can drain the origin essence of a supreme realm true monarch. It was very popular in the last era as a way to imprison people. After hearing this, he concentrated his ocular power, but he did not find anything. Where? He asked. Deep under the fighting arena, replied Wu Hong. Wang Wei then focused his eyes there, but he still could not see anything. So, he closed his eyes, mobilized the power of his souls to fuel the strength of his true vision. Finally, he discovered a very complex formation. The amount of runes in that array even made him dizzy just by looking at it. Wang Wei's first thought was to reveal the academy's cheating, but he soon gave up that idea. Even he needed the power of his soul to notice the existence of that formation, let alone others. Since it is a quasi-emperor tier, there is no guarantee that a true monarch may be able to discover its existence. And even if they did, he could guess that the academy has a backup plan for this formation to completely disappear before someone reveals its existence. Nevertheless, he still used his divine sense to warn his Dao protector. Unfortunately for him, a few minutes later, Yan Chen said to him, "I'm sorry, young master, I could not discover anything." Wang Wei's brain rapidly operated in order to find a solution. Maybe I could use the array virus to try to remotely control it? No, that won't work. The array virus cannot even work on a heaven-grade formation, let alone a quasi-emperor one. Then, he looked at Wu Hong, "Can't you do anything?" "Unfortunately, no," replied Wu Hong as she shook her head. This formation is actually linked to the 8 Emperor tier formation of the Academy. As long as anyone tries to interfere with it in any way possible, it will self-destruct and erase any evidence of its existence. He sighed after hearing this. It seems that I can only count on Li Jun to turn the odds in this battle. Meanwhile, Li Jun's body was battered with wounds all over his body. His legs and hands were pierced by the lasers shooting from Fang Lijuan's crystal gun. Many of his internal organs were also pierced. In general, he was in a pretty terrible shape. The only reason that he was not dead yet was due to the fact that he kept on summoning more soldiers, then sacrificed their blood and life energy to heal himself. Unfortunately, both the amount of summon and his body was slowly reaching their limits. Despite all of this, there was no look of despair in his eyes. On the contrary, his determination to win this battle did not waver in the slightest. He was desperately trying to discover the location. Suddenly, Li Jun mobilized all the strength of his body and instantly appeared in a certain location. He was so fast that few people could actually catch his movement. Without hesitation, he stabbed his slaughter blade in the direction that he appeared in. Weirdly, blood started falling from the empty air. Then Fang Lijuan's body materialized with a saber right through her heart. She coughed on a mouthful of blood that fell on Li Jun, then she asked, "How did you discover me?" "I located you through the blood floating through your veins." "I should have expected that someone who cultivated the Tao of slaughter would have some powers related to the blood," replied Fang Lijuan calmly. A calmness that ringed alarming bells on Li Jun's mind. With the same calmness, Fang Lijuan removed the blade from her body, then a crystal heart appeared in the place where she was stabbed. Li Jun could actually see that a new heart was slowly being cultivated inside the crystal heart. Following which, all of Fang Lijuan's muscles and skins that were pierced rapidly healed, even her dress returned to a normal state. She looked at Li Jun, smiled coldly before saying, "Now, let the real battle commence." "Of course, that is if you can still keep up." Li Jun's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. With his current shape, he was incapable of any intense fight. Not to mention that his origin essence was almost bottom out. "Do I have to use my taboo innate talent?" Secretly thought Li Jun to himself, "You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."